Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit, to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit, to shit, set a feeling so alive.
Good morning. Welcome in, Butterfly. Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me okay, hun? I hope so. I just got my first cup of coffee. Slow go at it this morning, girl. I'm not even gonna lie. Look, what's my screen doing? I didn't know what was going on. I feel like it's one of those days, like I don't know what's happening. There we go. All right, sorry, thank you. Good sound, good sound. I don't know how I'll sound today, but we're rolling, right? All right, they just got the OnlyFans up and they just turned it on actually. So good morning, Vixie. Welcome in, guys. Like I said, I had to go somewhere yesterday evening and it was a little draining. So then I got home and it rained all night and I slept and I didn't want to get up this morning. That's unusual for me. I was like, yeah, day 30. I'm not sure if I got anything else left to say about this one. Don't go dark on you. Eh, I keep myself in the light. I don't want to go in the dark, but I will if someone forces me to. Nah, I like peace, love, and light. Now that Lori Vallow stuff over here. We're going to take care of her once and for all here soon. I tried to watch some of Lori's trial yesterday on the way over to town to go visit my friend at the hospital, and I listened to some of it. I got home last night. I turned on the replay over at Joe's, and I just, for some reason, I needed to check out of court. I think this is 30 days. At that point, we're 29 days into Karen Reed, all that nonsense, and then all that stuff with Lord moving through, experts and all of their credentials. It's like, is that what we do nowadays in court cases? We spend hours and hours and hours going through their education versus what they came to testify about. You would honestly think that if a judge allowed either side to put a defense witness on, they've already checked out their credentials and all the things. You know what I mean? I'm so over it. We're going to do more than shove her back into that portal, Butterfly. We're forcing her deep into that thing, and we're sealing it, and she's never coming back. Although she's trying. She has filed that 64-page appeal in Idaho that we haven't got to review over here yet, but we will. We'll do that one day this week if we wrap up this trial. Do you guys think the defense will have much more as far as witnesses? I'm hearing rumblings after court yesterday that they don't have many witnesses left. We heard Karen say they're going to wrap up hopefully by today. So are we a day or two done, right? And Dr. Retschler still has to come up. I wonder if he'll be the last one they call. I'm going to go ahead and get the feet up, guys, so when they do come into court, we are not scrambling to get their feet up. Yeah, that's the right one. I don't know how, you know what, when she's trying to fight that Idaho appeal, there won't be court cases and all that, hearings that we'll see like that. She's done. She's not going to get any publicity, right? Unless someone tries to go do an interview with her. It's going to take that appeals process quite a while. Yes, we have rebuttal, Butterfly. I don't know if I can take much of that Hank guy today. He really irritated me over the last couple of days. I mean, seriously, to the point where I didn't even want to watch this mock of a trial anymore. What is going on with this sham that y'all are doing? You're going to walk up there and question a witness about holes in a shirt that was never admitted into evidence and holes came from Hartnett. And the judge is like, oh, well, that was a mistake, lady. I was done right then. Like she said, the jurors are done. We are done. Give us the case. We're ready. I'm considering myself one of those jurors. Y'all know that. Hell, I could have told her days ago in an email, we're done, ma'am. Give us the case. Rein in these people. Rein in that prosecutor. You heard Alessi was going to bring up the issue again from yesterday. I wouldn't doubt it. You got to get it on the record that, they have to get that stuff on the record for an appeals process. So if she's convicted and they have to file appeals process coming up after that, they need everything the judge did and did not do on record for them, right? Because that could help in her appeals. So even if they feel like in their heart of hearts she's going to be an ass and deny it, we still need to ask for it and get it on record that we did it and that she denied, or whatever the case is. So hell yeah, bring on the record, right? A lot of good that did in Indiana in the Delphi case is, we'll see how that plays out with the appeals process, but uh, get it on record. Provide those receipts, like we're always saying. Give us some receipts. Yeah, Bev is full of BS. Is she just full of Bev, or does she got a secret crush on old Hank? Are they both in the pockets by the same people? There's a lot of questions there, and they bring the questions on themselves. If they would just act right, then it would be easier to ignore the rumor part or the thoughts. It would be like, well, maybe they're on the up and up, but it's like, I'm not claiming you're on the take, lady, but you're not. You're just got a weird courtroom. Maybe it's Massachusetts law that I'm not digging at all. I'm making my list of states not to visit is getting longer. Indiana, Kentucky, Massachusetts, and I can probably throw a few more in there. It's frustrating to me that she sits there and does that. And how they'll let certain things play out in front of the jury and certain things they don't want played out in front of the jury. And Bev up there lying to the jurors. We just had some housekeeping to do. Oh, you mean y'all was arguing over experts? That's not housekeeping. Housekeeping is dusting that stupid ceiling fan up there. We know they're probably going to start their day right out the gate with some rulings, sidebars. I wonder if the judge took the time last night to finally read some of that. I haven't had a chance to read it. Well, that really sounds like gull. At least you said you didn't have the chance. She just said, I'm not reading this. Like flat out, I'm not reading your motion. Bev's got a 2-pager, and she's like, I haven't had time to read it. Ma'am, you're in the middle of trial, or at the end of trial. Take the freaking time. It's literally your job right now. If you didn't want all this caseload, go into some semi-retirement or something. You know how this works. Oh God, Butterfly, I couldn't imagine watching any of her other trials to compare. I didn't even think about it. I don't want to. I'm like you, no, we don't want to. Yeah, she's. Can you imagine how her households probably ran, Butterfly, when them chaotic houses? I got nothing against organized chaos and folks living, but man, I got a feeling she's got one of those whacked out houses where nobody knows who's coming and going and what's happening. I can't function like that. I gotta have order. Order in my life. Some people operate really well on unorganized stuff. They can just go operate all day long like that. And I'm like, how in the world? I gotta know what's going on one step, from one to the next, 1 minute to the next. Ooh, morning morning traffic outside my bedroom window. I'm ready for this thing to wrap up and the jury to get the case, and I'm really curious to see what they decide. I would love to be in that jury room when they're discussing the case. That's the cool part to me. Get in there and fight it out and let's see what happens as we're going through all the notes and the testimony, right? In there arguing it out. I'd love to be in that room with them. You'd think it'd be a requirement. These judges have, they're every state does things a little different, and if she's ruling within the law of Massachusetts law, what are we going to do, right? I have no clue about any of their laws or how things go there. I know how it usually goes with a lot of things, but she's got a weird way of doing things in this courtroom. Should we see how Judge Hippler plans to rule his courtroom in Idaho? He don't even want all them training up to the sidebar. He's already said that. The only attorney I want at sidebar is the one questioning the witness. The rest of you stay at your damn seat and let him do his job. He said, don't pull on their arm sleeves and say, hey, 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 ask this. Shut up and let them do their job. I'm like, dang, Judge, I kind of like that. Law and order in the courtroom by adults. You attorneys should have had that line of questioning, boom, 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 ready to go. Everybody on the same page, right? I get little things will pop up here and there, but slide them a note. Slide them a note. Don't tug on that arm sleeve. All that, the jury sees all that. And Judge Hippler's well aware of that courtroom decorum. They've already, that particular courthouse has already held Chad and Lori Daybell. They know what they're doing. And it's showing in the Koberger case with the way they're choosing to run things over there. So I'm comparing it to that judge, right? Because I see this judge is doing things the way you feel like it should be done. And then you got this one over here on Missy Marvin situation. Well, we'll just deal with it as it comes up. Oh, you don't like that question? Ask it differently. We should get like a merch shirt that says ask it differently. People are going to be like, ask what? Like, you just ask the question differently, okay? Exactly, Butterfly. She's been off. She's had a day off every week. No reason for emotions to be piled up. There's no reason for it. And then she's over here bitching because I agreed to give y'all Thursday off and we're paying for that now. I'll sit there and swim in your Cheerios, lady. We don't care. We're the ones having to sit here and listen to all this crap. Instead of getting to evidence in the case, we've had to hear about arguments between Facebook, this, and who's doing what on the side and who's communicating with who. And that is why I turned off this case, trial one. Like, that was a big, whole messy situation. I couldn't trust anybody where I was getting information from. It was coming from all sides. It was all goofy. It was all icky. And it was like, Now yee. Oh, goodness. Heart of the matter is there's still sitting a woman at that trial desk for second time now, knowing if that jury finds her guilty, she's going to prison. No going home. Go to prison. That's what this whole heart of this matter comes down to, right? And who hurt John O'Keefe and left him laying there to die in the snow? That man deserves an answer. I don't care. I don't think John O'Keefe was a bad person. I think he was a bad boyfriend, but that doesn't make him a bad person. I've never trashed his character on this channel because I don't see anything to trash, right? Nobody has spoke out and said this was a horrible man. He was this, he was that. It was the opposite of that. He was just a shitty boyfriend. Well, that's okay because there's a bunch of those running around this big old world, right? There's a bunch of them out there. You get over it and you move on. That's all they've shown me about him. Him and Karen Reed both deserve the truth to come out. At this point, I don't see proof that he was even hit by a vehicle. That's why I was really wanting to hear from the actual experts. Give me a little bit about their background because that is important. But I don't need life history. I just need to hear them talk, and as they're testifying, I can determine in my mind, does this person sound legit? Do they sound smart enough? Do they seem to know what they're talking about, right? That's what the jury's looking at. They're not looking at that damn 3-hour history lesson in their career. Even they put what's his name up there with his 17-year fiasco degree. I don't honestly don't care about degrees. That degree does not impress me. Let's put it that way. I'm glad you got it, and I might listen to you, but it does not mean I'm taking everything you said to the bank. And if we're honest, there's a bunch of people out there running around holding degrees that we're going, how did they get that degree, right? I'm gonna. This might be one of those days where this mouth just decides to run all day because I'm freaking aggravated. Don't get me aggravated. I have to let it fly out my mouth to get it out of my system. I can't bottle this shit up, especially some weird court case. I'm not the one facing the prison time. I'm not the family sitting there left wondering, so I'm just going to cuss and get it out of my system so that don't bother me when I try to go to bed tonight. Because it will. How many times have y'all caught yourself going to bed and you're laying there thinking about that evidence you just heard about in trial this morning, hours earlier? Out of nowhere, it pops into your mind. God, that happened with me with Delphi so many times. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot do this. But we can't help it. We're into true crime. We're into these certain things, these intriguing cases, the whodunits, the CSI forensic sides. There's so much that goes into these cases that intrigue me. Yeah, just I'll wake up in the middle of the night and just think about it for a second, and I can go back to sleep though. It won't keep me up. That's not true. There's been a couple of times that something has kept me up, and that's when I knew I had to learn, because I'm real good at compartmentalizing. I'm too good at it almost. I was like, you got to stop this. You go outside and do all your thinking before you go to bed, so you don't wake up with these people's problems on you, right? I don't want that. So I've had to learn to kind of separate it a little, because these cases do get to us. There are things that, especially when we're invested and we've deep dove documents and we've watched the hearings and trials and gotten to know victims and know the defendant, all the things that play into it, we do become invested. It is what it is. We wouldn't be here if we weren't intrigued by all this. It's almost time for a coffee refill. I feel like I'm just rambling away. Well, who appointed her, right? What do they have, a judge appointing commission over there like most? And she worked her way up, and she got appointed. Yeah, by who, right? Who up there in the higher ups in the government office decided that was a good idea? Do they know going into it if we promote her, she's going to be in the pocket? I mean, I hate to say that. I'm probably going to get sued now. Lord, I hope Bev can't hear me. I apparently have no voice today. But she said she wants a full day in today, so let's give it to us, Bev. Give us what, 3 p.m. sharp? Well, East Central Time, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. sharp Eastern. Day is done. Yeah, those cases involving those kids are the hardest, Butterfly, and I think that one guy's still on the run. I haven't even looked at that case. Like I took a peek at it and I was like, nah, I can't fight that battle. I can't talk about that story. I'm not doing it. Because I'll hurt that dude. If I stumble upon that guy running around my hometown at the gas station, I don't care. I'm likely to react and then call the cops. And that's not the right way to do it. I need to call the cops first and then I'll react. You never know. Most time I got a level head and can make the right decision in that moment. And then I'm going to follow that dude. I'll call the cops and tell him exactly where he's at. Then I'm going to follow him. They better hope they get there quick because I'll be mad at that point, right? So I can't with those kid cases. Maddie's case is way different. Good morning, Joy. Welcome in. Something about Brennan's voice is nauseating. Girl, no, it is not just you. It is me as well. I even had to take one of my nausea tablets the other day. No joke. I was like, man, I cannot with this. And all of a sudden I started feeling sick. I was like, man, I haven't had to have a nausea pill in a while, but here this dude is making me need one. That's not cool. Oh, guys, if I'm not mistaken, tonight is the night. Well, if you have Peacock, they're going to air their special on Lisk. I want to say, I think Seeking Justice Discord is watching that tonight in their Discord. I've been in there and watched, what did I watch in there with them? It was something about one of the cases we follow. Anyway, I went in there and watched that with them for a while one night. But that airs on Peacock tonight, and there's a lot of mixed. I'm going to watch it. I'm not afraid to watch it. I understand it's media. It is what it is, but they got his wife on there, right? And they're going to be interviewing Rex Heuermann's wife. So I'm really curious to see that tonight. Oh, did you sign up for Peacock's literally the only thing I have. I do not have Netflix anymore. I got rid of Netflix a long time ago. My son, my youngest, he was watching Netflix, so I always had it for him. And one day he's like, "Oh yeah, Mom, by the way, I don't watch Netflix anymore." I'm like, "You don't?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Well, I'm paying for it." He's like, "I know, but I watch my Apple TV because he's got the iPhone." I was like, "Okay." So got rid of that. All I have left that I pay for streaming is Peacock because they play so many other channels stuff, right? You might not get it that day, but you get it the next day. And I don't feel, I used to have a lot of streaming places that I paid, and I'm like, I cannot with all this. Hank Smithers. I call Hank Smithers. What was that? Somebody was calling him Spanky. Who was that? Was it Defense Diaries or no? I saw somebody's thumbnail or somebody's tweet or something, and they were calling him Spanky. I was like, well, I hadn't heard that one yet. I mean, it's one thing to be a strong attorney and get up there and do all the things, but to be such an asshole and see the jury pick up on that, that's a little risky, right? Oh, you just signed up for the Discord. Okay, good, because she did put it out she has the link on Twitter. I'll probably go in there tonight, Butterfly, and watch it. You know what? Because it's fun to do it as a community. So that's probably what I'll do. Probably you, Vixie. That wouldn't surprise me. You crack me up, girl. Got me looking forward to going over to Camp Shorty this weekend. I like to go over there and hang out and Miss Shorty does. That's where I kept. That's probably where I picked it up from this weekend when I was hanging out over there at Camp Shorty, getting my release on. I'm saying release as we go there and we unwind and have some fun. Oh, thank you there, Butterfly. There is the Seekers for Justice Discord. Well, that's the Twitter post, and there'll be a link in there to her Discord if you guys are interested. They're a great channel on Twitter account on Twitter, and they have a great Discord. Lots of information in there. She shares out court schedules. She shares out our streams. She really supports the channel a lot, so I really, really appreciate them over there. You try your best, Vixie. You rock. You guys all rock. I appreciate everybody coming in and watching with us. It's been a long trial, and I do appreciate the ones that have chose to come over here and watch on a smaller platform. I can't thank you guys enough. All you who just watch and never chat, that's great too. We appreciate it. Everybody hit the like button for us if you don't mind. And if you want to chime in on the conversation, come on in. You're welcome to do so. Even if you have an opposing opinion, we won't attack. We might be like little. I like to debate, so I'll get into a debate with someone, and it may sound one way when I don't mean it to. So I'm trying to get better about that, so people don't think I'm coming at them, because I don't. I go into debate mode, and I expect someone to come right back at it with me. You know what I mean? And then we can sit down and chill out after we're done. A 5-point exploding heart technique. This case has exploded. I thought I was going to explode when he was up there presenting evidence that wasn't actual evidence and misrepresented the evidence. You didn't just enter evidence that wasn't even evidence. You misrepresented what you entered in a fucking criminal trial. And we're just going to be like, oh, well, Bev said it's not a big deal, so it's not. If the defense had done that, he would have made such a big deal about it. He would have cried right there in the court. He probably would have thrown a little Hank tantrum. Those little kids that want to go on the floor and kick and scream and all that. We'd have saw all that with Hank, probably. He was probably that kid growing up, too. Can you imagine? He was that little kid, that one you see at the store, at the park, or at the neighbor's house, just showing his tail with his mama. Vixie. Douche canoes. Y'all said that. Y'all were saying that the other day or last weekend, and it was cracking me up. Not even a slap on the hand. I thought that said head when I first glanced. I was like, that would have been funny, Butterfly. She just pop him in the head one time. What are you thinking, sir? You know how that goes. I used to tease my boys that I didn't give because I never had to spank my kids, like a little pop here and there, but I was always able to talk to the kids and, take punishment or whatever. So I never had to spank my kids, but I always warned my 2 boys, because they're boys, they're hard-headed. I don't give a warning for a mouth pop. They learned the hard way that I wasn't joking. Of course, they didn't get smacked across the mouth, but they were like, oh, Mom, your hand came near me. My grandson's that way now. I reach out and I pop him just a tiny bit, because he's 9. He's a big kid. I pop him. He'll like, oh my God. I'm like, dude, really? He's learned, nah, my grandma don't beat on me. I can't beat on no babies. I can't stand people who do. Yip and twat waffles. Uh-oh, we have movement in the courtroom, guys. Will we get a good morning in or not? Let me turn the sound back on, because I had to mute it because Jesse.
So I received a couple of motions a little while ago. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday. Are the jurors here? Okay, good. All right. So the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. Laposada.
Yes, those have been presented to the Commonwealth.
All right. Can I just, are you all in agreement, or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
I haven't heard specifically from Mr. Brennan, but the issues that he had, obviously we're not, at this juncture, until we're heard further, we're not going to bring in anything having to do with dog bites,
Yep.
claws, dogs in tissue, any of that information, but we are going to bring in exactly what we indicated yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one with the Lucas machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday he did not have to issue.
All right.
Position would probably agree.
So I need to know, just for instructions to the jury, about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3.
The brainstem?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the.
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells, or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into?
Like just have one.
Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction, so I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand. So if you can crop, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually in evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence. That was
okay.
Yesterday, we all assumed it was.
Yes.
I'll put it in evidence as.
All right, they've already seen it, so it's
Correct.
less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. And then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
Correct. That's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday, the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively and probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that. Does the Commonwealth?
We don't care what he says.
All right. Those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
Understood.
Okay. All right. So with that, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. LaPosada to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct. I'd like to be heard on that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I'd like to start, if I may, by marking 2 documents with code permission. One is Dr. LaPosada's entire report, and the second
Oh,
is
great.
her entire CD. if that's
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
Exhibits D, 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 and exhibits E, 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 E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. LaPosada and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper. After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue, specifically, of Dr. LaPosada and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. LaPosada's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. LaPosada's opinions, implying that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. LaPosada's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. LaPosada by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question: did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. LaPosada related to dog bites?
What page is that on here?
On the transcript?
Yes.
Oh, my motion's back at the desk.
Pay attention, Bev.
Oh, I see it.
Does the court have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer: well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan: have you ever heard of a doctor named LaPosada?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages.
Wow.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
The colloquy between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. LaPosada had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. LaPosada related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. LaPosada had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report. But no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. LaPosada to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand, and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. LaPosada having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites, and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression. They used it tactically as a sword and a shield, and that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. LaPosada was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number four, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. LaPosada's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. LaPosada and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. LaPosada on the stand. Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is, if Dr. LaPosada's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. LaPosada says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. LaPosada and imply that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about dog bite wounds, and then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. LaPosada from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. LaPosada about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. LaPosada's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine. Taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7. Forensic pathology, course director in pathology. Course 205. Taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric forensic pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. La Posada on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11, the one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert, and that's exactly what Dr. La Posada testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. La Posada opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. La Posada's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is, the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible.
Makes no
and they
sense.
use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. Dr. Russell took the stand, and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions, as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. La Posada, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. La Posada. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. La Posada. She denied it, and then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. but inevitably she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. LaPosada, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. LaPosada was voir dired briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis, and so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
Just to clear up the record, two things stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse
not
me.
What I, no, I'm not going to.
So
That's not what I said.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about
argument.
if I quote his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. LaPosada? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. LaPosada was being hidden from Dr. Russell.
Karen's dad's getting into it.
Harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. LaPosada to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand in this courtroom.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create an narrative. It's improper.
All right. I'll be out in 10 minutes on this, and we'll get started right away with Dr. LaPosada.
All right, the court, please.
Wow, just wow. She is so, oh goodness. Hold on. I just got a message. I got to check it really quick. Okay, sorry guys. I had to read a message from my sister. She goofy. What in the world is Bev doing? She's making Jackson really mad, and I don't blame the guy. I mean, he is being shut down. I saw the same thing happening to the defense in Delphi, and it is absolutely ridiculous. The jurors have to be the deciders, and yes, you can get things in and keep things out, but the way she's doing this, like, gonna put all their pictures up, you redact this, take out that, but yet you got your prosecutor walking around courtroom with a big plexiglass with a shirt in it, misrepresenting what it is, and that's okay, but you're gonna shut the defense down. I can't with this lady. It's just like, let them fight it out, and I think she's nervous for the prosecution at this point. She sees how aggravated those juries were. The jurors were, I should say. I bet there wasn't no containing their facial expressions then, Bev. You're not the boss of them. No, you're not. Be nice to see a juror just stand up and let her have it. Now, throw me off the case, lady. But that'd probably be the one juror you want to stay on the case. Oh, goodness. We're getting a sneak peek on that Peacock thing tonight because that catch Lisk, he is just like, he doesn't know what to, if he feels some kind of way about it. I don't blame him. But apparently there's a quote caption in that thing tonight where it says, a week before the series release, Victoria Huerman, if you guys were able to join us for the members only live we did on Rex Huerman, we watched some press conference stuff about what all his daughter was into, right? Weird, but it's just weird. Let's just leave it at that. A week before the series release, Victoria Huerman, which is his daughter, told the producers that based on the publicly available facts that have been presented and explained to her, she now believes her father is most likely the Gilgo Beach killer. How could you deny it? I understand, got to go to court and prove it and all that, but I think they got quite a bit of evidence on the Mr. Huerman. How far does the defense have to back her in the corner for her, right? Do they have to back her in the corner, so Joy? They shouldn't even have to, right? And here she is telling him, I'm not going to allow you to read that. He's like, I want to read it and get it in the record. And he's absolutely right. Some of that stuff might come back to bite her in the bottom. Y'all know that? Lord. I started trolling the Twitter, y'all, and I probably shouldn't have, because that makes me want to react and leave a comment when I'm like, just leave that one alone. She's out there in left field. Just let it go. So what, she's taken like 10 minutes to read over stuff and make a decision. She's going to come back, and here she comes.
All right.
She didn't take long.
So I'm not going to allow Dr. Laposada to testify regarding dog bites.
I knew it.
Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So
I just think it's outrageous.
Why you sound so weak, Beb? Oh, burden shifting.
Can do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to a reason who's being assigned to service, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, and it's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that. I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
Then I'd look to have the cross-examiner, because if you're going to allow a consistent opinion with a dog,
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything, that will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite. a brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay. All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break without this anyway. I may have left it in I left it in my office anyway. So let's just bring the jurors in and move forward with this. All right, Paul, I'm just going to take two.
All rise, please.
What were they doing? I was totally checked out. I couldn't even hear her after that. Are they on a break, or are they bringing the jury in? What's going on? Somebody, I'm a horrible host at the moment. I was like, she irritated me. Yeah, right? Grr, goodness. I was reading an update on something else, and I was like, whoa, wait, what happened? Gosh. Like, wait, what happened? I was doing updates on other things, lady. Bringing the jury in. Thank you, Vixie, because I'm like, I don't... Pretty bad when the chat knows what's going on and the host doesn't. Sorry, guys. Well, she shouldn't bore me to death, and maybe I wouldn't check out on her sometimes. It's that blah, blah, blah stuff that we know is not going to make any sense. Just gibberish, lady. You'd speak gibberish. Well, Brian Hinton has seen the light. I'm trolling Twitter, y'all. He says, 10 hours ago, Brian Hinton said, feel like I'm finally over trying to be a TV man and just being me. Took a while. Well, maybe if mainstream media would have just been them all along. I'm not a TV man. But I like Hinton. I don't have no issues with him. Butterfly says, I'm calling him wanky now. He doesn't even deserve hanky. No. Well, y'all know he ain't getting no hanky-panky. Who wants that up next to them, asshole? He probably goes home at the end of the day. What's for dinner, woman? It better be like I like it. I'll be like, dude, you need to go back to the courthouse and find that judge. Let her cook you some dinner. I bet she has takeout. Bev don't have time to be bothered by that cooking. She's got motions to read all night. Get her some takeout. Vixie says, I can see me not having a laptop today if she carries on. Right? Don't force us to break our stuff, Judge Gull. You're not going to reimburse us. I think they're all done. I feel like she feels like she might be fighting a losing battle a little bit. It's like it's not even her battle. You're just simply there to make sure everything goes in order and you rule and all the things, keep everybody straight. Quit taking it so personal, Bev. You make yourself look like an asshole to defense teams, and that's on you to recover from. She's going to give the jury instructions on burden shifting. She's like, she barely could get that out of her mouth. And I'll give them the instruction on burden shifting. Like, the jury doesn't even matter to her. Like, they don't need clear, concise instructions. Wasn't that an issue last trial? Why the jury couldn't reach a conclusion and they were confused from all the rumblings I was hearing as to what happened there. They were confused about this and that. I'm going to blame her for that.
You are unmuted.
That is the fakest smile I've ever seen on a woman. I can't stand fake smiling, and this lady got some fake smiles.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kennedy, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I know we brought you in late. Maybe should have brought you in a little bit later, but we've been working in an effort to sort of streamline things for you. So I do have those questions I have to ask you. Is everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should be. All right, can we have Dr. Laposada back, please?
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
She's getting all her files. She's like, I'm ready to go. Bring on that mean man. Rage room. We need a rage room. When this trial's
All right,
over,
Mr.
we'll
Jackson,
do a live
go right
and call it
ahead.
the rage.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Laposada. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could we have Exhibit 165 with the course permission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. If I could. There we go. Right here on this exhibit. You see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoonite discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please? I want to draw your attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If, in fact, a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and then it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down. We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain.
That's how Dale Earnhardt
The brain
died.
is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing, and that's called brainstem herniation, and that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
Your Honor, I have a document that I'd like to approach with.
Okay. Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Caret over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of that document is next in order, subject to the appropriate actions.
Okay. So we'll take that into evidence.
May I have one, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the...
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic. And I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you can display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a closer-up version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right, is there any objection to switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and the arrows point to that on there.
She sniffed. She's like, "Oh, don't touch this, lady, not yet."
Next exhibit,
That'll be it.
exhibit 225, Mark.
Thank you.
It's always the hardest part, Spinster.
The other one will be ID for identification, the first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID.
Okay, you can display it now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walt? Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross-section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed, and that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank
If you
you.
use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it, could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes
Yes.
the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the...
It is. It's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard
you.
for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation. Because I could say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, you know, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important to it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please, with the court's permission.
Yes, jurors, this may be one of the photographs as well. Right. Or there'll be a series.
Dr. La Posada, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it, informing your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks, and then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it, with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern, and there's two things we're looking at, the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration?
Yeah, so what this injury tells me, and what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin, but that ridge also had, it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy grainy things sticking up on it that would make each of then these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down.
What kind of floor did
you,
they have?
in furtherance of your investigation,
Morning, Joe.
Coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview?
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
Jesus, lady.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
Excuse me. I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of...
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Laposada. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home.
Wait,
Did you see
jump out there and get him?
the front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you? What did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing. There was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard, the dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who've suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more, and then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
At least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, well, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate.
Along with something else?
Along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
I'd like you to take a look. I'm
Show
sorry,
Mr.
may I approach you?
Yep, show Mr. Remington.
Thank you, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer-reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
Exhibit 226.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up, and we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Did you, let me ask this first, do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right,
Yes.
that's Exhibit 164, can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach, and there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, I see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down.
Why did Hank have a problem? Hank got a problem now? Would you don't want an actual doctor to your interrupted testimony? I need to hear. The jury just saw you, ma'am, and saw the prosecutor get his panties in a wad all of a sudden. They saying things that he didn't like. Yes. So Joe came in to say hi this morning. He was standing in line over there at Lori Vallow trial. We'll keep an update or check for updates on his Twitter feed throughout the day. Thank you, everyone, who's joining in. I mean, Hank sit
May I
right in front of the
continue?
judge.
Thank
All he
you.
has to do is
With
look,
regard to
right?
it's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae, on the gastric mucosa. Did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so, and it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mention the sternum area
Yes.
of the body, are there, you go without saying, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out, but it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
Two documents that I'd like to show you. First,
Yes.
that document, and then after you're finished, familiarizing yourself. First one and the second one.
Yes.
Taking the first document that addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction?
I don't think so. I think that that one is not objected to.
Okay. All right, so would you hand that to?
Sure, thank you.
Exhibit 227.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I know that's a little bit small and far away. We'll enlarge it as you need.
Okay.
It's not an eye test. Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the
Okay,
middle?
so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, Doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown
Okay.
person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine to the
Yeah,
right?
this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average the compressions per minute would be about what?
They should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page, or the graphics on the bottom. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Hey, we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine. And it's a cross section So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus. And then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that, I don't know if that's working on there, the little thing that looks like at the very bottom, that's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head, that's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's on an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that that's, I can't really see where that, I think it stopped.
Oh. May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay. Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe, his chest, while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of that.
Okay. Oh.
Exhibit 228. Then,
Permission to display briefly.
okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that the Lucas machine, where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe, and it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 in the morning, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
He died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. LaPosada, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body. You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that?
Oh,
What's
that's
the
going to get my
importance of that?
channel in
It may be obvious,
trouble.
but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds, generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just in
Correct.
general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes,
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
yes.
Careful, Jackson. You know you're going to get in trouble in a minute.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you could see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. We can take that down. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
I was taking a note. In my opinion, after watching all these experts, including all their accident reconstruction people, this is the most important witness. And that's why she was saved for last, or damn near last. Far more important, in my mind, than anybody else. I like the way she answers things. Clear, concise, to the point, explains it. I hate to see the rebuttal of her, though, or the cross, from the damn prosecutor. He better be nice to her. Don't call her an idiot on the stand and ask her if she's paying attention and can she look at you and all that stuff. I got a little short video out there of you, Hank, how you got distracted, not once, not twice, multiple times by Karen Reed because she turned around and looked at you. And you stopped mid-sentence and you looked right back at her, you weirdo. I hope Karen stares at him again when he gets up there in a few minutes. What's her email? She got her laptop right there. I'll send her an email right now. Then I'll be caught communicating with the defendant. End up in a court document.
May I inquire?
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem. His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, well, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
You indicated that you've done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
And you've supervised many times more that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
Now, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes,
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
yes,
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes,
Sustained.
What are some of the injuries you expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to sidebar.
So let's go over to sidebar so Hank can whine and cry about the line of questioning that he does not like. Let this lady finish her testimony. Let him ask him the questions that need to be asked of her so we can determine stuff. Cool, Butterfly. Goodness gracious. If the prosecutor wanted to dispute dog bite, maybe they should have found an expert. Their experts are whack. They focused so much on trying to convince us a car hit that man. You know what I mean? They just, that was their focus. And you can tell the defense really shifted this from last time, I'm gathering, the way they're presenting the case and trying to wrap it up. They really do need to drive home more, I guess, of the injuries and the causes and all of that, because that's what it really comes down to. We can speculate all day long about what went on inside that house. We're not here to prove that, right? We are here to prove what happened to John O'Keefe, and was it a car or not. And they haven't provided enough, good evidence to show that their case is strong. In my opinion, their case is very weak. Yeah, and why is he fighting hard to keep it out, right, Butterfly? Because it's damaging to their case, which is expected, but it's not, the jury's fault if their witness is way stronger than any witness you've presented, right? That's on him. So he's just a crybaby. I'm floored by the way he's able to just ignore the judge and carry on with his BS. And she's just like, they may be going to have morning break here in a moment because it's already 10 a.m. Central and a lot of times will do it, but they got her on the stands. They need to finish her up before they go to break. It'd be rude to say, ma'am, step down. We're going on a 15-minute break. But you never know with Bev. She could have just gotten to a really bad mood. We're all in trouble now. Bev and her moods. Her condescending little smile. Her pretending to care about her jurors. I mean, I could go on and on with this lady. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm. No wonder Judge Gold didn't want cameras in her courtroom. She's like, y'all don't get to see me acting a fool, keeping that stuff hid. And Bev's like, I don't care. I'm putting my crazy on display. Oh, goodness. I think that Peacock thing is going to be good tonight, Butterfly. I'm keeping the catch list because he must have got a preview somewhere really good because he's dropping little tidbits here and there. Interesting stuff. Preach it, ma'am. Preach it. Bev got a big old gulp of that vodka that time.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up
Okay.
as best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, Doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear tail light of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX570.
Objection.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think of.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and let's see you at sidebar.
Freaking knew it. As soon as she said animal bite, it's done. We're done here. Sidebar. We can't have that. No, no, no. Don't dispute what Proctor says. That shit was caused by taillight pieces. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think they were. Hank's over there saying they're just trying to confuse the jury. And Bev's like, you're right. This is going to confuse sensible people. Y'all are the confusion. That's right, Forrest. They still heard it, right? That's what does matter. You can't unhear what you just heard no matter what that judge says. Strike what, lady? That's just a word. I can't strike that shit from my memory now. If striking stuff from our memory was just, it's that easy, right? I'm gonna start telling myself that. Strike that memory. It's get it out of here. Right. It's a joy. You summed it up beautifully. Bev is giving me grave concerns. Yes, preach it, sister, preach it. We might just leave that up there the rest of the stream. Oh boy. I remember they had that sidebar first thing in Lori's case yesterday and cleared the courtroom and had a talk and all that. Well, there had been a filing, and the judge did, this came out yesterday at some point, where the judge ordered again for the second time to forcibly remove her from her cell and bring her to court if need be. Was Lori showing out yesterday morning? This is Lori's law and Lori's land, and you all just aren't fair to me. You weren't fair to all your victims, lady. Nobody cares. I'm glad he asked, and she said it anyway, right? That's it, Butterfly, because she didn't. She's not thinking like that. Like the judge is telling me I can't say what I see, right? She's just telling him, and it came out. But it is what it is. I'm going to believe a well-trained medical personnel over blue man paint theories and, busted taillight lenses everywhere. Who are you, my guy? You're the guy telling my insurance company not to pay me because that wreck was somehow my fault when you know damn well it wasn't. That's who you are, mister. Get it straight. That's what you do for a living. So who do you get to walk into a criminal court case and say, oh, all those marks on that arm were caused by taillights? You see it exploding and stuff? We probably should go back and review a bunch of Hank's stuff and find all the flaws in it, but I don't got time for him. All right, they're coming back.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In your report, Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I wrote that.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
Corroborating the ME.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes,
including photographs,
taken to the hospital, yes.
okay, and autopsy photographs,
Yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Are x-rays an important part of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes, usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do x-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. May I approach?
Okay. Yes.
I had to go get something cold to drink. The Dr. Pepper, blackberry flavored Dr. Pepper. Yummy. Trade one caffeine addiction for another. That's my vice, y'all. I run on cuss words and caffeine. I bet the jury has grave concerns about Bev as well. They're probably trying to figure out what's this woman doing. They kind of want to look to the judge to be the leader, right? And if she's acting some kind of way, they're normal people. They should be able to pick up on that vibe. Are they picking up what she's putting down? It's so hard to gauge these things because we didn't get to watch the Delphi um, trial, but we had updates each and every day, from people who were there, and they were gauging that jury all wrong, like completely wrong. They were asking good questions because you're allowed to ask questions there as well. They were asking good questions. They were taking notes, and we're like, they're going to see the same. We saw the same evidence. Well, we didn't get to see it, but we know about the evidence, and it was dumbfounding that they came up with that verdict.
Please rise for the jury.
Try the blackberry butterfly. It's good if you like blackberries. So they are in morning recess, guys. Get busy and take care of that housekeeping, Bev.
May be seated.
Dr. Laposada, you can step out, okay? All right, I did receive another motion this morning for a curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at the charge conference. So that's where we're at with that. All right, work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know. I'll come out before the jury.
All rise for the court, please.
She seems certain Karen Reed's going to get a conviction. Lady, you're projecting. Totally projecting right there. Holy cow. Oh, Jeff.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us, but I wanted to tell you guys...
You're welcome. Thank you for airing it for us. Oh, goodness. All right, hold on. They won't be, but usually they're 15 minutes or so on their morning break. I checked the docket this morning in the Stearns case we've been looking at and following, and there's still no decisions yet on those motions we were waiting for over there. Ooh, you know what, Butterfly? The cream soda is my number one choice. I also like their strawberries and cream. My grandson loves that one as well, and he doesn't get sodas very often, but if he sees them in the fridge, he's like, Grandma, can I have one? I'm like, yes. I can't drink one. I'll let the baby have one. That's rude. But he only gets one because it's got the caffeine. Last thing that little dude needs is more caffeine. Okay. Butterfly says she's just now making her coffee. Woohoo! I thought about getting more coffee, then I thought, well, maybe I'll just do my usual afternoon coffee. Already had a pot this morning. They used to have a Dr. Pepper flavor out years ago, and they would come out with it periodically, like in the summer. But it was they called it Spider Man, and oh my God, me and my son loved it. We got hooked on it, right? And then they took it away. It's like that. That's not cool to do to people. Like Coca-Cola came out with Coke coffee for a while. The mocha was to die for. And they stopped making it. They stopped selling it everywhere. I was like, holy cow. I already had to ride around trying to find it. Now all of a sudden can't find it nowhere. You haven't found the blackberry yet, Forrest? Oh, yeah. I love blackberries. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, I got to try that one. Miss Shorty. I DM'd her on the Twitter, on Discord a few minutes ago. And she's been trying to get me to hashtag something. Not like she didn't want to influence me to do it. She's just been waiting on me to get there. So I hashtagged it to her this morning. Hashtag free Karen Reed. We're done here. She liked that. There was a coconut one. I didn't see the coconut ones anywhere. Now, when I drink Coca-Cola, they did have one called Spice, and I bought it because it was raspberry. And I really liked that one because I love raspberry as well. But I usually don't drink like flavored Coca-Cola. I just want the real thing, right? But Dr. Pepper is a little different. Let me get the feed back up on the side as well so I can keep an eye on that. And it is like 8:19 a.m. out there where Joe Schmo's at, trying to get into Lori's courtroom. You know what, Butterfly? Sometimes those flavors don't sell as much, and they may not leave them out there as long, right? I don't know how they decide on that. We don't know. You know, they got a kitchen full of people conjuring up new flavors. It's like, bring it on. Oh. Okay. I'm going to troll Twitter for a second to see if there's any updates about getting ready to head into court. I think they were going to start a little late this morning. I can't remember. Like I said, I didn't watch a lot of Lori's trial recap stuff yesterday because it was a day. Yeah, everybody's trying to figure out why that judge put another court order in to drag her butt to court. Who cares? Just get her in there. I don't care why she did it. I'm not giving her any attention like that. If she threw a fit and they needed to go haul her out manually, then so be it. Phil, can you put it on video for us? Joe is live now. Yeah, he's doing his little morning update, walking to the courtroom. I think he's doing, oh, I just about took my whole screen down. Where was I going with that? Yeah, I think he does morning members lives, right? Where he walks to the courtroom or getting ready to walk in and all that good stuff, saying good morning to everybody. Let me go see something here. I got that pulled up on the side. Okay. I can't remember if they were supposed to start on time over there today or not. I feel like I heard something, but that could have been from the day before. I honestly don't remember. So in about 8 days, guys, we have that Koberger hearing coming up. Partially closed, partially part of it closed to the public, part open, and I gotta look and see what time that airs actually, so I can get my stuff in line. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I had a quick phone call. I'm trying to check something at the same time. Let's see if they have it on YouTube yet. I was looking for something I saw Ashley Banfield doing on somebody post. Oh, it was News Nation put it on Twitter, but I was looking for the actual show. That they got that from. Ooh, what is this? I got to investigate this. It says her reporting says new details have emerged about Idaho quadruple murder suspect Brian Koberger, including an alleged investigation he was under by Washington State. Well, we already know that he was kind of under. What kind of investigation is she talking about, though? For the misconduct in his classroom that he was doing? Yes, it says. That's what it is, you know? Okay. All right, let me pull the feed back up, guys, so we can keep an eye on that. And then maybe they won't take a really long morning break because they got to get to lunch in a little bit. I don't think Bev's down with missing lunch. We don't need a hangry Bev, do we? Feed that lady. Feed her well, whatever it takes. I want to finish this doctor's testimony. I like what she's been saying so far, and there's no reason not to consider everything she's saying, right? As far as the pattern of the injuries, the way they were inflicted, the hypothermia, everything. And she's just reiterating the same things that ME said. Now, I would like to know what type of floor they had in that house. Was it porous? Because that will create those granular patterns she was speaking of. Hard frozen ground with ice and grass, not so much. I'm picking up what she was putting down. Right, Butterfly, she'll need to get that vodka recharged at lunch because that cup's going to be empty in big gulps. We don't really know if you're drinking or not, Bev. We're just we're speculating. We're opining. We are not experts, ma'am. We're armchair detectives. You got no rule over us, ma'am. We're independent thinkers. You know, if that cup's full of water, she's going to require a bunch of bathroom breaks. I'm thinking it's not water. Is Bev the juice kind, the water kind, the coffee kind, or the energy drink kind? Shit, she might have one of those sedative type drinks over there, the way she sits in that chair and looks sometimes. It's like, Bev, are you awake? Open your eyes, honey. She's waiting on old Hank to look up at her and give her that look. Like, he ain't even got to say anything, right? They just got that relationship. Just give her that look. He don't even have to speak. Oh, no. What was that I just seen? Oh, my gosh. I might have just stumbled onto a Twitter fight. I mean, not a Twitter fight, but a YouTube by accident. Very interesting to me, though. I don't know what it's about. I've got some reviewing to do, Bev. Can we get on with this? Butterfly, check your DM. We might need to break out some popcorn in a little while. Diaper change. We've speculated about her wearing Depends as well. In case that is water and she don't, can't get to that bathroom break. You know how it is as older ladies. We had all them babies and life has happened and things don't work as well as they used to. Well, I'm not getting there yet, but I feel like it's coming. I need to go. I gotta go. Ooh, right. We definitely have to have a look see. Curiosity killed the cat every time. But I'm down. I'm down for somebody else's drama and not my own, because I don't have drama in my own life. I keep that stuff so far from me, it's not even funny. I can't deal with drama. But I'll go watch somebody else's train wreck in a heartbeat. Like, ooh. It reminds me of why I like to keep my shit drama free. Although, I can't say I've always been that way. Come at me, we come harder. Be nice. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. My phone is loud. So, guys, the way she was describing the brain injury and the brain going, moving within the head. So, if he was struck in the face and went back with force, that enough force? Was the impact on the ground what caused the brain to move? I think that brain was moving as he was falling backwards. And when it slammed, that caused everything. If you watch NASCAR and you watch Dale Earnhardt hit that wall like I did, that's exactly how they explained Dale Earnhardt's injuries. The force, that's why the Hans device is now used in all NASCAR Cup cars. It was a thing you could choose to use back then. Dale chose not to use it. But the Hans device keeps their bodies still so the head doesn't violently shake forward or backwards and cause that brain to move. And the Hans device has saved multiple lives since Dale Earnhardt passed away. So there's a lot of force going, you know what I mean? And I don't know that that car hit him that hard. I mean, they're saying 24-mile-an-hour backup, but it hasn't made sense yet that that's what happened to him. And I can't wrap my head around a frozen ground causing enough force to cause those injuries. I mean, he would have had to been slammed down to the ground so hard. And I don't think that we're talking, what, a 70-mile-an-hour crash at that point, 50, to have enough force to send somebody, even if it did send enough force to throw you into the yard, would the impact on the ground be enough to cause that? We see people fall down all the time and hit their heads. They're perfectly fine when they get up. It's not computing that a car did all that or caused these different things to happen. Right? We match energy over here. We've had to in the past. Oh my gosh. It worked out in our favor, but yeah, we're going to match that energy. Yes, ma'am. I can't help myself. I am an energy person. I read it, I'm coming. I can choose to walk away or I can come in and bring the energy level up, or I'm going to match that. And one of us is going to win, and probably going to be me. Hopefully. Careful what you give your energy to, right? Yeah, 24 mile an hour. And what possessed this woman to sit out there as long as she did, pull forward, sit there some more? Was she, she's like waiting on John to come back and say, hey, we can go in, it's all cool. But I don't think she wanted to go in when she pulled up and saw Higgins was there. So what does she do? Just sit out there and see John standing in the rearview mirror? What is he doing? I'm going to show him. No. So she just decided to back up, bump him, knock him down, not intending to kill him, and then just drove away. See, I'll show you, buddy. No, 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 no. Didn't happen like that. That would be, you're risking really hurting that person if you're going to back over them on purpose. You can say all day, well, I was just trying to scare him, or I was just going to bump him. Like, you can't guarantee those things are going to work out in your favor, right? So it just doesn't make any sense. The wound patterns, the injuries to the arm, the injury to the back of the head, the injury to the face. I'm calling it the face. That means the eyes, the forehead, the everything around that face, the piece of glass in the nose, all of it. That piece of glass in the nose could have come from being slammed in the face with a rock glass as well. It's interesting that I'm telling you, when I got to go back and review. I didn't get a chance to yesterday. When Arca was testifying, I could have sworn he said they were hired to investigate about a glass being thrown at the back of that vehicle. Now I thought, well, if that's really what the feds asked him to look at, that's odd. And why that particular thing, right? Were they trying to investigate to see if that was cocktail glass embedded in John's nose because he was possibly hit in the face with a cocktail glass? Did they snatch his glass out of his hand and smack him in the face with it? If he went in the side door, she wouldn't have seen him go in. You're right, Butterfly. You're right. And, did he enter the garage? Did they have a porous type floor in there, right? Now, a lot of garages, if you update the houses, you can put certain surfaces down inside the garages even, and, different flooring types. You can paint stuff on, you can do concrete, you can do whatever. There's all kinds of applications you can do. What did they have in there, right? What they ought to do is turn around and ask Proctor why they never went in there and investigated all that stuff. Why didn't they go in and do photos and make sure, doing a thorough investigation, regardless of who the homeowner was at the moment? Because if I wake up in the morning and there's a man on my lawn and he is unresponsive, they're about to look at me hard and heavy. I got to go back and review it, Butterfly, because Joe, I really think that's what he said. So I meant to go do that. Yeah, I have a note here to do that actually, but I just had so much going on yesterday afternoon. I didn't never got back to it. But I could have misheard it, right? But I'm gonna go back and review it. It will be like at the beginning of his testimony after he goes through all his CB stuff and all that. When they talk about the other agency. I gotta make a note in my Idaho 4 thing real quick, guys. Bear with me 1 second, because I don't want to forget this. We're putting together shows, or I'm putting together some stuff that we're going to be working on coming up for Idaho 4, getting ready for trial prep over there. I'm going to be presenting. We're going to do some deep dives on some of those, all those motions in limine that came out. There was so much information within those documents, facts of the case, that I really want to review some more. Spencer says, from my understanding, the ARCA guys had a theory that the glass was thrown at the taillight to cause the damage. Yeah, and we've heard rumblings about the the cocktail glass being thrown at the vehicle. How does anybody even know that occurred if nobody saw anything? I know they got that dent and those little scratches back there, and they think that. So, where did y'all come up with he threw a rock glass at Karen Reed's car? Because y'all saw some argument going down that day about the plumber and all that and the Higgins bullshit, and y'all concluded they were fighting in that vehicle. And he gets out and throws a rock glass at Karen's car, and she's like, dude, don't be throwing stuff at my car, and backs up over him. How far was he away when he threw that rock glass, right? If she had to back up 26 miles per hour just to get to the guy. Did he get out, throw it, she pull up a little bit and go, wait a minute. He just threw a rock glass at my car. I'm not having that. No, it's just so weird. But then again, when you're heavily intoxicated, 10 foot tall and bulletproof and all the things, I just don't picture it like that. So if Arco guys had a theory, the glass, because they were trying to figure out what shattered the tail light, right? Could it have been the rock glass? Could it have been, I don't know, a sledgehammer? Golly. And neither side honestly has shown how. Now the defense doesn't. Let me kind of rephrase that. How I'm going to put that. Prosecution was unable to show that a shattered taillight did all that damage. Defense was way better at showing that it didn't cause all that damage, right? If he threw it, though, wouldn't it have shattered? Well, that's the thing. I was a bartender for a while. My mom's friend, my friend in the hospital now, well, we used to work at another close friend's bar. And those rock glasses are and the doctor, they were talking about this in the testimony. Wolf was. And he was the only one I heard say it about the thickness of the bottom of that glass, right? It's a thing on those rock glasses, and they're designed not to break easily. Because you don't want to go through a bunch of glasses at the bar, right? They're pretty darn durable. And the bottom is so thick, but they're hard, but that's not enough John don't have enough force behind that throw it probably would have cracked it and broke it, and maybe broke it into like 2 or 3 pieces, but I don't think it would shatter, but it would break. Depending on how much force he threw behind it, right? How hard that impact was. We know about that. Yeah, I don't think it would have shattered to the extent where tons of pieces would have went everywhere in my mind, because I know those glasses are super thick, especially the bottom parts of them. Okay. You know, it's weird that trying to get into the head of the people in the house, right? If he made it in the house and things were happening and he was punched, all that, because they're cops, did they think we don't want to throw this rock glass away in our garbage cans? Then again, if you're a cop, you don't want to put a man on the snow in your yard either. That you're asking for trouble. So that part I don't understand. And I don't have to, honestly. But I guess they scooped John and his belongings, his phone, and his broken glass, and took it all outside to the ground. Did someone throw his phone down and put him on top of it? Because his phone was under him. Was it? Did he have time to put the phone in the back pocket before she allegedly ran him over, and that's how it got under him? Because it was in his pocket. Oh no, let's go back to all that phone data and what time that phone was last locked. I got all that wrote down too. So, and I'll be honest, the hardest part about believing a conspiracy part that something happened in the house is why in the hell would these cops leave that man out there on that ground? They had no idea Karen was going to come home or come back the next morning yelling, "Did I hit him?" They had no idea. So, what were they thinking by placing a body out in the snow? Hoping for a good story by morning? I don't know how he got there. They were just going to play that card, right? We don't know. Don't ask, don't tell. We don't know. We can't recall. We were asleep. He never came over. Perfect. And who's going to disbelieve them, right? They're police officers. They're supposed to be on the up and up, pillars of the community and all that. Huh. So we're just going to believe them that they never saw this man once they left that bar. Oh, Jesse's back. I don't have the feed pulled up for you guys, but I do for me, and he is on mute. So we're still waiting for them to come back into the courtroom. Let me go here. Okay. Yeah, I think this woman is factually innocent. They want to blame someone else, they will. I read Lucky was the original target. Yeah, Butterfly Trial 1. I kept hearing people say, "What about the snowplow driver? He could have he could have hit him. He could have hit him." But then I would look at those wounds on that arm, and I'm thinking, I don't live where it snows. Y'all know that. But I'm thinking, snowplow did that alone, just to his arm. No, nowhere else on his body. I mean, I get the face and the back of the head, but no, not buying that he was hit by Lucky and tossed up into the road and left either, or yard and left either. All right, we have some movement, it looks like. Let me get the feedback up for you guys. Well, they got the OnlyFans spinning, and it moved a little. I think they're getting ready to come back. I don't want to keep those jurors waiting. They're already irritated. Yeah, Lucky didn't hit that man with that snowplow. All he did was hit a basketball court. Or not a court, but a goal. Okay, I got it unmuted now. We can hear. Whoa. I have the law and crime pulled up on the side on my phone. Man, I took a glance down at some of the comments. Whoa, people are. Why can't we hear anything? People's a little touchy. They have some really great comments, though. Yeah. Well, Defense Diaries agrees with me. This is an outstanding witness that deserves to be heard, darn it. We have spoken. Hmm. Good morning, Rachel. Welcome in.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
On the court's bench, there's an item that I'd like to retrieve back.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all three of them marked for identification.
Okay, and we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
Do you see any x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage? Hand, forearm, arm.
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays?
Oh,
to make
absolutely.
a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes,
You have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no.
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
Yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
No bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes.
Did you note any defects in the bony structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those three x-rays, hand, forearm, the arm, if that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all.
Okay.
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review and your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Examination.
Oh gosh. Deep breath.
Good afternoon, Dr. LaPosada.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
That's okay.
What did she say to him?
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand you had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I love it.
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that
Yes.
he suffered from,
Yes,
that caused his death?
yes.
Get him,
Was
Granny.
that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
Do you?
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, she was being a smartass to him, Butterfly. I like it. I'm here for it.
Page 2 of your report, Dr. LaPosada.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question after we take it. But I want to
Yes.
take a look.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
So, Dr. LaPosada, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
You can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative?
Yes, you can.
It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
I'll try to use her words against her now.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure.
MRIs.
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Do CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Oh, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
herniations?
They can.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. LaPosada, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all
It's a joy.
where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake?
To do what?
To try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury.
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save the human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
And a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so, how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved, yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously, yes.
And so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
You know, it is Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup contre coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury. Isn't that fair to say?
It depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull, and there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup contre coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show, have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depends.
you-
Oops. Okay, go ahead.
Please. Did you want to say?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the and the progression of the brainstem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his post-mortem photos.
By looking at the post-mortem photos and the post-mortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment.
please.
Ask the question, Mr. Brown.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately.
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
Because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective criteria do you have to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
Okay. And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there. The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled and there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes.
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis?
Yes.
And that's sometimes called raccoon eyes?
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No. As soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries. So it starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes. You can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
You see a linear abrasion?
Yes, vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean, every wound is different.
Every wound is different?
Sure, every person's different, every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound, from your perspective, can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say 2 people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they fell, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
the frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass, so it was some green, some brown. It was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was? Can you identify that?
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was
surface?
a flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris?
I didn't see any.
From the photo.
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he ended,
Why don't you send Proctor out there to
what the
look?
turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body from.
So you're relying solely on the photographs, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause the pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be. If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
Oh boy,
And if they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
his hat didn't cause that shit. Hank.
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
Well, what if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think the head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions.
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
Inch and a half? Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It is soft.
Is it that soft?
Gross.
Is that the texture of it?
Well, it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay. Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those, but in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
Well, when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
Yeah, both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay. Was there any depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer
Hammer.
and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
Well, I didn't think a hammer was used anyway, Hank. Hard floor was.
You gave some opinions today about you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
I
Sure.
bet you would.
Could we have that photo brought up, please?
Not the photograph again. YouTube thinks we're being violent when we do it too many times.
Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Whatever.
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about
6, dude.
how many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
I what?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Now, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south, or east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
They can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Do you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No.
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
No, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle. So whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Did you consider the ones that you heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
Damn sidebars. Sorry, I was responding to something and I had to take a moment. All right, sorry guys. I was trying to respond to this message. It was important. So, I think Hank will have to wrap up with her here within the like 30 minutes if they're going to go to lunch on their time. He's kind of helping reiterate stuff for the defense. You notice they're just sitting there letting her talk, right? She's doing great. I agree. She's handling him very well. Her snark toward Hank is classic, and I love it. Butterfly clipped it earlier for us, where she's telling him it's not noontime yet, sir. All right. She's hanging in there against this bozo, right? We're just being nice with our words about him, aren't we, Forrest? Because my goodness, we could say a lot about this guy. Yeah, she's hanging in there. She knows what she's got to say. It's not made up. It's not paid for. It's not shady. It's not a question of her expertise in the field. So, good luck tripping her up there, Hank. You're not doing a good job. I don't know what kind of job you think you could achieve by tearing down her testimony. I wonder, what are they? I've got too many thoughts going through my head at one time that I'm trying to process and put into, I guess, good form here. Like it's time to start deliberating, right? We all need to go at it, like hash it out. Like that's what I feel like needs to happen now. The jury is probably right there. They're like, just enough already. Do you guys think it will take long for a jury verdict when we go on to verdict watch? Like if they're handed this case at the end of the day or
All right,
tomorrow,
so jurors,
we're on
remember that
verdict
you
watch.
be allowed to do some things. I'm going to excuse you for lunch. Lunch will be
Breaking for lunch.
15 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we'll go straight through the afternoon. We're going to do everything we need to do now.
Chris, please follow me. Close your notebooks, please.
Okay, so we have a lunch break now.
Okay, thank you.
Gotta check a message real quick. Let me get this down before Jesse pops up on us and freaks me out like usual. Um, Okay. There's been a huge discrepancy over what color Tylee Ryan's Jeep is. Everybody wants to go back and forth about the multiple different colors we can call it. So my son works for a Jeep dealership. So I walked into the room last night with my phone and I said, "Look at this Jeep. What color is this?" He said, "Mom, that's called Earl Grey." I said, "A legit color from the Jeep manufacturer?" He's like, "Yeah, we've got a couple of them on the lot right now." So there you go. Earl Grey is the color of Tylee Ryan's Jeep. We have the authority. Good morning. Welcome in, Butterfly. Guys, I asked her to join me at lunch today. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Rachel, it is called
Okay.
Earl, and I don't know why everybody can't just. It's once I asked my son because look, I've asked him randomly. I ask him about cases that involve cars, right? I don't know why I didn't think to go in there and ask him sooner, knowing he works for a darn Jeep dealership. So, how are you today, Miss Butterfly?
I'm good. How are you? How's everyone?
Doing good, doing pretty darn good. So, what in the world do you think about this so far? I today's testimony,
Um,
doctor.
to- oh,
Uh-oh, we lost her. She fell right off, guys. She fell out. She she used to come on live with me very in the very beginning, and she took a little break from social media for a minute, and then she's back, and she hasn't been up here with me since she's been back. Yeah, the Jeep description is gray with hints of green, exactly, and it is the legit color. Cause see, like Toyota has a particular color. It's called Toyota yellow, and only Toyotas are painted that particular yellow. And my son knows about all that stuff. So yeah, I had to go in there and ask him. He's like, "That's Earl Grey, Mom." Like, okay, like the tea. He's like, "I don't know nothing about no tea, but okay." He knew nothing about the tea. So you're back,
um,
Butterfly.
yeah, I don't know what happened. It just kicked me out. So,
Yeah, Restream is good about doing that. It'll kick people out. So, well, look, when I go over and join Joe from my phone, sometimes I have to be careful because I'll throw myself out. I hit the out button instead of the back button. I'm going back
mhm.
between chat
I
and
didn't
the
hit
screen.
anything. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, well, it's Restream. It tends to knock people out sometimes, but you can always come back. So, what do you think about this doctor's testimony so far?
I really like her, and she's keeping him on his toes. Have you
Isn't
heard
she?
the sighs that when she answers him matter of factly, like he doesn't know what to do? He just,
Yeah, he gets a little. Yeah, he's like, "Where do I go next with this?" Right? Like,
yes.
where do I take it now? Because she just totally, didn't fall for my line of bullshit. and
Yep. Yep.
and you
Exactly.
he appears to be maybe trying to be a little bit nice to her, a little bit, but it's hard
Hmm.
to be nice. I think for a long period of time. Um,
Mm, too
Forrest
long for him.
Forrest says, "Get back up there, Butterfly. It's like the old times." Oh, she left again, Forrest. She's like, "Nope, we're not having it." She'll be in and out, guys. She's our in and out guest today. Um, so I don't know. I mean, they get to cross her, finish. I'm assuming they're going to finish crossing her. I don't know what else Hank could try to pull out of her to disprove her or discredit her testimony. So I don't know how much longer they'll actually keep her up on stage or on stage on the in the we're gonna put her on
I'm back
stage.
on stage.
Let's get her over here for an interview. We liked her. We liked her shade.
I know. If
So
it
what?
kicks me out again, I'm going to go back to my phone and try it from there
Okay.
and see if that matters.
Okay. Um, it's against Forrest says it's against his nature to be nice. Boy, I think you're right.
Yeah,
He's just got that aura about him, right? That's just his personality, and it is what it is.
right.
It
Yeah,
doesn't.
he can't do it for too long. It just gets to him. He
Yeah.
implodes.
Oh man, somebody that gray space account thought the same thing. I thought I took a Joe Schmo turn this morning in my mind, and Miss Shorty, I'll take a play from there. When they were talking to Hank about thrusting, I was like, please don't. Please don't. And somebody,
I don't want to see that.
no, so gray space put this needed to be clipped immediately. And she says, we know you don't know about thrust, Hank. We wish your mom didn't know about thrust. I'm like, oh my God, I did not just read that on the Twitter. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need that visual. They were talking about thrusting and penetrating all at the same time when that lady was up there. I'm like, man, y'all stop it. Stop it. So, how do you guys feel about the doctor's testimony? Do you think it's landing with the jury? You know what I mean? The way it's landing with us? I mean, if she got up there and said something different and she agreed that that could have been caused by a car, I would have been right there with that as well. Right? But that's not what she's describing in her findings. And if you know a little bit about medical, you can, it's just not hard to get behind it. But yeah, I think she's done a pretty good job. It's like damaging to the prosecution. I don't know how the jury's gauging that, but
Right.
you're back. You fell out and came back. Yay.
Yeah, I just got on my phone because I don't know if it's my tablet that's doing it or what. I guess we'll find out here soon.
Yeah, if you're, it might be. I don't know what would be the issue or how to correct that. But
Right.
hey, Rachel says his style is mean and aggressive, and it's okay to be a little aggressive in the courtroom. I like it. I don't mind it, but to be a straight up asshole, right? Even to the witnesses, be aggressive. That's what all both sides are going to be aggressive at times. I mean, we are fooling ourselves if we think they're not. But to be and totally asshole, that's a whole different thing. Forrest says she seems firm in what she is getting across. That's giving Brennan fits. Yeah, she is firm in it because you know what? He's up there questioning this doctor as if he's got a lot of medical experience, right? What
Exactly.
doctor are you conferring? Right? He's over there conferring with an expert in the evenings about what to ask this lady. We know darn good and well Hank didn't go to medical school. He doesn't have a
Right.
clue what's right, like what these terms even are, how to somebody is pointing this stuff out to him, but she's able to come right back with an answer.
Exactly. And discredit him, discredit his questions.
Exactly. And that's the kind of expert you want to see on the stand, no matter which side is presenting that type of a witness, in my opinion. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Rachel says she's very educated and experienced. Hopefully the jury listens. I hope so, Rach. I know we do. We all do at this point because, man, if they could have gotten me there a little bit with some of their evidence, I don't have a problem saying that. I don't got no skin in this, I don't. But they didn't do that. And I went into this open minded, giving them that opportunity. And boy, they have failed. What about you, Butterfly? Because you didn't really watch a lot of the first trial, did you? Or did you watch any of
I didn't
it?
watch any. I didn't watch any of it. I just
Yeah,
saw
me.
things here and there until now, and
Right.
so yeah, my opinion's the same.
Yeah.
Just
We were like waiting on them to show something that could back up their theory. And they showed things, but it didn't back up their theory enough. I feel like
right.
the defense witnesses are much stronger at disproving their theory. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I wish we could, like, I don't want to put jurors on blast, but I'd love to look at their faces because I people watch. That's what I do.
Yeah,
I try.
body language and
Yeah,
everything.
you don't want to come off as like you're staring at people, but I'm not staring at you. I'm studying you. There's a difference.
Right.
It's nothing
Exactly.
personal, right? It's nothing personal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm that person, I could go sit at the park for 5 hours by myself and just watch, right? And
Mm-hmm.
just watch, and you will observe so many things.
Yep.
Human behavior is um, fun to watch sometimes. You go, damn, okay.
Right.
And you're like, well, maybe I should just be more like that person. That I don't care attitude. I love it. Um,
Yeah. Well, for me, in the beginning, it was the evidence collection. So if you
yes.
have faulty evidence, how can you, without just say that everything else is going to be correct? Because it
Right.
starts with the evidence. If the
Exactly.
evidence is faulty, how
How can
can
you
you, in
lie?
good faith, say that person did it?
Right. How
That
can
alone, to me, is reasonable doubt
Exactly.
or
And
being
I think
wrong.
the reasonable doubt will probably stack up like that for the juror. That it should, because it has for me. I've had to take
Mm-hmm.
everything into account, even though I'm saying this is like to me in my eyes, the one of the best witnesses. I still remember all the other witnesses in the testimony. And you're right. Starting with that evidence collection, how can we even trust it at this point? We know that there were major chain of custody issues, right? All of that.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so much that they did wrong that already
Right.
a lot of questions and doubt out there. And then
Mm-hmm.
you back it up with this other testimony, and that's really all they had to do was come in and create reasonable doubt. And there's the key word, reasonable. You know, there's
Yep.
doubt, and then there's reasonable doubt, right? And I think a level-headed person can decide between what's reasonable and what isn't. But then again, you can show two people the very same thing, and they come
Hmm.
with completely different conclusions. So who the hell can decide what's reasonable? Now, to me, reasonable has to be things that make sense. Is that how you
Right.
right? I'm
Yep.
like, it's
I'm a big person on common sense. Like, I
right,
don't know, because they're trying to fit their narrative to the evidence. It's like, no, you follow the evidence and it will take you to what is happening. It's not the other way around, because all you're doing is creating a story to get the outcome that you want. And
right.
it shouldn't be that way.
No, and we don't even know, we can't even be secure in our thought process on how these pieces were miraculously discovered everywhere.
Hmm.
Why are
Yeah.
they back from lunch already?
Really?
Hang on, let me check something. Apparently, hold on. Let me get the screen back up, guys.
It's one way or the other. It's just three. They're all
Miss
filled up.
Jackson, if you can I just see it?
See, I don't know what they're doing. I checked both feeds, Court TV and this one, and they were both on. I was like, what are they doing? Okay, guys.
Maybe some of the motions she's behind
Maybe.
on. Okay, I'm gonna mute out.
ID. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on, let me go. I'm going to check. Let me mute out for a sec myself.
You know what? Show me that one again, too, please.
Hang on, guys.
All right, so jurors, rather than keep you here while we do things, I'm going to excuse you for lunch. Lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we will go straight to
I don't know why I did that. I'll see. Okay, here's where we want to be. Let me stop it. Hold on.
Policies and practices of Dr. LaPosada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies, examination.
Hang on, I want to make sure we hear what this wretched soul has to say. And then we'll catch up because they're going to be at lunch. Okay, let me try to get this to go right to where we need it without it acting crazy. If I use those key buttons, it makes it swirl each time. Okay, so they were on a break. Let me pull this down so I can refresh it, and then I'll bring it right back up. And we're going to start right there where he was at. Okay, let me get it back up right where we need it. She's going to dismiss them for their whatever. Okay.
lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we will go straight through the afternoon. We're going to do everything we need to do now.
Chris, please follow me. Close your notebooks, please.
Okay, thank you.
Let me make sure I got this at the right spot, guys. Bear with me.
This is in
There
the
we
medical
go.
examiner's office. Shortly after, Dr. LaPosada.
Oh my God, this is aggravating. I'm just gonna leave it alone.
Please follow me. Close your notebooks, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, they'll be back in just a second, and they'll have Hank up there. And I'm monitoring the live feed on the side too. Whatever they're doing here, they were doing it before lunch. Okay, here we go.
May be seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
Oh, I'm going to introduce something.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. LaPosada's credentials, including specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. I have an audit from 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination.
Oh, shut up.
In that audit, they investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled a history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. LaPosada. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance.
What?
It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. LaPosada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. LaPosada resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. LaPosada had a heroic effort, and in her testimony she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the station nightclub incident. She was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in on a more extreme scale. She testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. LaPosada gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility.
Hired gun?
Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. LaPosada for the reasons I addressed previously. the jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, to give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticisms she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the credibility, adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But she allows it.
Mr. Brennan said that the audit established that, as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened in that situation. It was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion, ever, that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attendant to the autopsies it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. LaPosada put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report. Hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, etc., found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report, she would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. LaPosada herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago, right? These are autopsies that were performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking her to sacrifice quality of the conduct that she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever left unattended, ever. Certainly did not involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and She ain't saying it.
I've excluded that part of it, based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right. And I don't know anything about the Patino case. And what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. LaPosada personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times, maybe 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day, and she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination. I'll submit.
All right.
I just want to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. LaPosada 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischaracterization of what she likes to do for the public. But the reality is I've used her a few times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore because it would be unfair without her in the room. But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing the qualifications of this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first 2, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on the testimony already in evidence. Those 2 areas, and Mr. Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her. But those 2 will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out what appeared to me to be biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well.
I will.
Okay?
He has a copy.
Okay, so,
I didn't know that. I appreciate that.
all right.
The only other thing, I don't know if you want to handle it now or after lunch or later, but I want to address the issue of the 3 personnel.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
Sure.
Can we mark them all as 1 A, B, C?
I have no preference one way or the other. It's just 3. They're all
Mr.
rolled up.
Jackson, if you can I just see it?
Of course.
ID, yeah.
Yeah, it would be, yeah. Just to mark them.
You know what, show me that one again too, please.
H, quadruple H, and I, through I.
All right. All right. Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate
All right. And what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. LaPosada?
it's not part of her report or opinion. And she's gone beyond her report, talking about the fact that she's studied x-rays and given an opinion. I think that suffices. It really, I think, is beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it. Stipulate these, I'm sure Dr. Wentz will utilize them if it's stipulated.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler?
I expected that I could because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Rentschler's testimony, but I want to use them with Dr. LaPosada. She's a medical doctor.
Would you?
Considered them for purposes of her opinion. I cannot understand.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these the x-rays that you reviewed? Yes, that's it. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. So go ahead.
That's all he's going to ask, I won't have a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, you see the x-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier? Yes. This is the right hand? Yes. That's the arm? The forearm? Yes. That's the upper arm.
All right. So they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in.
Thank you.
All right. So the last thing is Dr. Rentschler. I need to hear argument from both sides. I have a new PowerPoint, so I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
I think we're going to hear from Elizabeth Little for a change, too. They need to put their microphones on, though. Goodness.
We've received the most recent update to Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Rentschler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other witnesses.
All right, so I'm looking, I think, at the new,
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page 6.
Welcome in, Firefly.
So what I have are just photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Rentschler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism. I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are regarding these.
I'm sorry. Yep. Please.
I didn't want to speak over Mr. Brennan, I apologize. I just wanted to let the board know to talk that out now. We went through, based on Mr. Brennan's objections last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide that we had a problem with. There were a couple that we just literally left, but it's very fair.
I see that a lot of the hearsay has been removed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I can identify those with the report itself, the ones that were changed.
All right. So what do you both, I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
I have a most recent copy of the report now. So 9 through 27
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
Slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Rentschler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to testify about that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics. This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of abrasions on somebody's arm. It does not.
Can we see Burgess' CV again?
Multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Rentschler, we're not very sure, but it obviously would require some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Rentschler has a foundation for. So those are 9 through 27 generally, and then specifically, I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. It doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Hold on. Okay, so which one of 1, 2, and 3 on 6?
1 is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in a position to draw that opinion.
And is 2 okay? Or are you moving to the whole slide?
No, on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issue is in the case, Dr. Rentschler or no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations, evaluation, and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right.
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasion to compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones, although unnecessary. It doesn't provide an opinion. I could live with that.
You can live with that.
You could live with what?
Number 9.
Okay.
Number 23.
It's all about what Hank can live, what he can deal with.
Wanky.
I know, right?
Again, this gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or, I think, compare the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else. It seems to be an opinion, and I'm not sure of the context of it. 24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done. It may be that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test, number 2, is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the text, are you objecting to this
No.
slide?
No.
He's desperate at this point.
31 posits
It
questions
appears that
regarding
way.
ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32 I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion. 33. Again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number one, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate. 34. I think if one said that that's what he did, I, Dr. Rentschler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident and asked how would this arm move, I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving an opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher. Number 2 on slide 34. And number 3 I don't have a problem with. The next one is 46. Again, this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide. I think some of these opinions are appropriate for Dr. Rentschler to share with the jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47. Again, this is self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success. Number 1 and 2, I think they're inappropriate. Number 3 has really no context standing alone. And number 4, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number 4. Page, slide 54. Again, number 1 gets into his opinions.
Girl, I'm coming with you, Dolphin. Hang on, wait for me.
Number 2, he gives an opinion about a different expert, a medical opinion. And number 3, it's, again, self-endorsement on his own opinions.
Yes,
So all
ma'am.
these are opinions, either bolstering himself or somebody else's work. I don't think it should be in a slide. 55. I think it's accurate. I think it's proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide. Same with 56.
Well, as long as you're happy, Hank, we all should be happy, right?
I don't know that he has the basis for number 1.
We don't know if you have basis.
Number 2, I don't have a problem with on slide 56.
We got a problem with you.
And number 3, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are improper too.
Opinions are like assholes. Have you
Not-
heard?
Slide 58.
They're technically on lunch
I
right
don't know
now,
what the
Dolphin.
basis for number 1 is. I suppose we'll have to see.
But they
And
are.
Hank is the biggest one.
Go ahead, sorry.
If these are Dr. Rentschler's views, I don't know how they're relevant.
You said
to the
opinions are like
Commonwealth's case,
assholes,
but
and I said, and he's the
certainly,
biggest
I
one.
think he has the experience to make these conclusions,
I
but
agree.
it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint. He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert in a PowerPoint, number 3.
They're wrapping
Number
up
4
some
is
housekeeping, guys, before they go take
Ultimately,
their
an
lunch.
opinion that he's
Review.
self-endorsing. 66. Again, it is an opinion. I don't think it's an admissible opinion,
Well,
and it shouldn't be in a slide.
not your decision.
He's trying to draw a conclusion on what the jury should
This is outside the jury
conclude based on the
presence.
Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to
And when
do
they
that.
wrapped this up, they all went to lunch.
67.
We stopped watching
Parts of
people
this are
talk, and then they
objectionable.
started
I
this,
think
so
that
we
he certainly
had to
could
go back to
testify.
review.
He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher, but posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way
We
is
doubt you.
inappropriate. 68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced. And putting in a fraction of a report, I can't appreciate the significance of it.
We didn't appreciate you falsifying
It's hearsay.
information.
Perhaps there's a reason he'll be able to point to the report or talk about the report. I understand that, but putting in a random page from a report is hearsay. Should not be
He's
admissible.
a snake, that's for sure.
I don't know if there's going to be a conversation about trying
You're
to introduce the
inadmissible.
entire report, but one page will take it out of context. 72.
Oh yeah, Firefly, they're fed. Bev even said they're fed up. She said that shit straight up. This jury is fed up and they're ready to get this case.
I think the expert probably can, I think the expert has a basis for the opinion. I don't think opinion should be, ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint because it's self-endorsing. 74, again, it's a conclusory opinion, it's bolstering. Some of these can be said but shouldn't be in PowerPoints. Same thing with 75 and 76. They're ultimate conclusions. And so I'm not in agreement with all of the conclusions that the expert may try to introduce, but testifying about an ultimate opinion and putting it on the board to self-endorse shouldn't be permitted. And those are my objections.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, there are something like saying here only be said with the able to reference the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, I appreciate that. First of all, there were no additions, just to be clear, to the PowerPoint. The only changes that we made were directly in response to the objections that were filed by the Commonwealth.
It's so hard to hear her.
A large section, try to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shorten some of the opinions. So those were the only changes. I just wanted to make clear to the court, there are no additional opinions that have been set forth in the PowerPoint. With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in the Commonwealth's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of those slides are not referenced.
I do agree. It's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to tears and clothing.
So this is a direct test. His testimony is going to be based on his knowledge of forces and forces applied to certain objects and how that results in injuries.
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says, I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's new.
I think that we'll be able to satisfy the court's concerns by laying the proper foundation for him to listen.
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument or whether it's beyond his scope of expertise. But actually, Ms. Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Rentschler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor. And the reason we didn't put these on the slides is because we objected to Dr. Wilkins coming in on his PowerPoint.
So I looked at that yesterday.
Copy of this specific
She got a problem with slides all of a sudden.
regarding his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense's objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on one second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know. I just
Hold on.
but it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Reflexes, If Done, and it states the totality of the evidence
Okay.
So if he's allowed to do that.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right? But it still came in? Was there, I'm sorry?
Yes, document everything.
All right. Because what I did note is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice, so I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one, and there was no objection. So I didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have a problem with testimony regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
This is to assist the jury.
It's what?
To assist the jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
It's an 80-page PowerPoint. This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and effectively. I think it's helpful for these. We've narrowed down the text on the slide significantly. It's important to see those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the major issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this go smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than 1:15.
Getting the shakes, she needs that vodka replenished.
No later than 1:15. She's over here interrupting as usual, arguing now about why do you need a text slide to go in to go along with his testimony, but she doesn't even care that Hank's out there misrepresenting evidence in trial to a witness. That's not a big deal, but why do you need to slow a text slide? Because it's a visual aid, maybe. What about it's so crazy. So yeah, guys, they went to lunch, but they had taken went to the ceiling fan, and we started talking. And then as we did, I noticed they were still in the courtroom. So we went back to review what they were doing. And they are all at court now. I mean, at lunch now. Yeah. They've been at lunch probably a good 20 minutes now. We were just behind previewing that. So if you guys were watching chat a few minutes ago, documents have dropped in Idaho. I checked it this morning. There was just an order to seal an order. That's all that was up there. And they even had the dates wrong on that. 2 different dates on the same document, but no big deal. It didn't stress me out. It was a document from the judge. But
an order to seal, which order though? Do you know?
It is, yeah, hang on. Well, yeah, I'll read it to you guys. Let me pull it up.
I mean, I saw it. I just didn't know which order they were referring to.
It's thunder in here. It was a nice morning, and now the rain wants to come. Okay. Idaho docket. Here we go. Now, I'm not going to go through and read all of these, of course, but the one that you were talking about that was there already was, I don't know why my screen doesn't want to, oh, there we go. Now, there we go. All right, let me find that one because it was, that's weird. Where'd the one from this morning go? Order sealing order. Okay. Oh, he changed it. This is a new one. because the date's fixed. Okay. This is the one they were talking about in the document that was up there. What was up there last night, but it was the only one up this morning, and now this one is in there. This is the sealed order, staying order, dated June 9th, is sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rules 32G 132 and all that, and then it just so orders it this 5th day. Now that's the one. Now that is the same one. See, the sealed order, staying order, was dated June 9th, but then he signed this dated the 5th day of June. So apparently that was some sort of typo. We'll have to wait and see. But that's all it says, and that order was probably pertaining to oh God, I actually forgot which one it was pertaining to because there's so many that I was keeping up with. I probably need to break out my folder over there with my notes. Okay, so there's an order sealing stipulation, an order for admission of additional exhibits, an order sealing state's objection to defendant's offer of proof, order sealing defendant's motion, order for independent analysis of evidence, order sealing defendant's second amended phase 2 mitigation witness. That's right, Dolphin. It was related to the grand jury. You're right. Thank you. Order granting leave to exceed page limit, motion to seal defendant's second amended phase 2 litigation witness, an order sealing that order, motion to seal stipulation and order for admission of additional exhibits, motion to seal state's objection to the defendant's offer of proof, state supplement notice of compliance, state's opposition to defense motion to continue, and a motion for permission to lead. If there's one, some of these are going to be long, and I do want to go through these and give them the time they need, so I'm not going to dive into these right now. The Title 19 Criminal Procedure Chapter 11 Powers and Duties of Grand Jury. So they're sealing the grand jury testimony, right, that they turned over as part of that's what that's feeling like to me. Let me get. Oh, I couldn't get my button straight. You fell off again, but you came back. Okay.
Yep.
Let me see. Oh, I gotta change my mic. Sorry. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, now. See, I'm not going to read all those orders to seal because that's what, like the first one I click, that's all it is an order to seal a seal. I thought you were done with all that sealing, sir. You felt like some of that was a little unnecessary. But with the way this case is playing out right now, they might have changed their mind and says seal it all. I don't know if that was a good idea. Okay, state's opposition to the defendant's motion. Let's see. There's one I wanted to review. Let me see this one. Ah, that's the 22-pager, Dolphin, you were telling me about. That's the one I don't want to get into right this second. Because I don't want to. I'll break that thing down and stop and talk 100,000 times. Y'all know it. I can't just read the document straight through without commenting on it. I just can't do it. I've tried. Like the motion to exceed page limit, the defendant's motion to continue, state's opposition, notice, supplemental notice of compliance. Let's see. Let me make this a little smaller and we'll bring this one up and read it. It's not but a couple pages. I don't know what it pertains to yet. Let's see. Okay. Alrighty. I'm just moving my screens around, guys, making sure we're good. All right, I'm going to bring the trial feed back up as well. And they are actively having testimony in Lori Vallow this morning. They're underway there as well. Okay. This one says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and supplements its notice of compliance filed May 13th regarding the state's log spreadsheet identifying objections to defense exhibits. That's how you do it, Bev. Subsequent to lodging the spreadsheet at the pretrial conference May 15th, the court requested that the parties supplement this log to include any objections to authenticity. The state hereby provides notice that the state does not have any objections to defense exhibits regarding authenticity. So they think all of their exhibits here are authentic. So that's good to know. Get all that done right before trial. We don't need none of housekeeping shit.
And then rushed at the end of the trial because we're still on time, but let's rush.
And let's rush and not do a damn thing except throw shade at the defense and deny, giving them the adequate time that I've given the defense. It's insane. Or prosecution. It's crazy. Yeah. I like the way that Judge Shipler's choosing to run things and make them get all this in and get it done. It's important because you take so much trial time and these things are already so long. It's insane.
Yeah.
I'm just going to click through the
proactive instead of reactive. Jesus.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what this one says. This is just going through the motions here with this sealing stuff, but we'll still read this one because it's got some. Let's see what it's about. I think it's this alt perp situation. All right, come now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 and Code 74 through 124 for an order sealing the state's objection to defendant's offer of proof of alternate perps. Order sealing the state's objection to it. The defendant's evidence in support of the proof of offer of proof. My thing don't want to work right. I got to get another one. This thing's way too sensitive. An alternate perp attached in exhibits. This motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32 because they previously already sealed or were redacted. So, this is a bunch of nonsense filings that we don't need to read. Only ones I want to read are the ones.
Better now than in the trial. So.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're doing all that. He said he was doing it this way. He knew we knew he made a bunch of orders telling them to get all this in order, even down to getting your tech people ready, get your butts into this courtroom, figure out how this courtroom works, figure out where you're going to put all your exhibits, figure out how you're going to do it, right? All that. We're not having all this disruption in the trial.
Yep.
It's not fair to the victims, the families, the defendant. It's not fair to anybody to have all this stop and go on.
I can't even imagine.
Right. How can you trust the court if they seem to be chaotic, right? I have a problem with a chaotic courtroom. I don't like them.
Mm-hmm. And then she wants to admonish the jury for making faces. Well, damn.
Can you blame them?
I would be too.
We can't blame them for making them faces, Leia. You're lucky that's all they did.
I would have been thrown out.
I know. I would have gotten myself thrown out, probably on purpose. Midway through, I'd have been like bored out of my brain. Right. Well, just get me out of here. So a lot of these are just to seal things up, guys. Brian Koberger, through his attorney of record, hereby moves the court for an order to seal defendant's second amended Phase 2 mitigation witness list. And why would you need to seal your witness list? I mean, the other side's going to know. They don't want us to know. It's not sealed from the other damn side. That's not what the sealing is for. We don't have the great sealing happening to keep the parties in the dark. It's to keep us in the dark. So it's ridiculous. I can understand a gag order to an extent, but I'm in Florida. We see it all. We see it all. I'm used to that. Like it doesn't matter in Florida if we see it all or not. You still likely to be found not guilty. Ain't that right, Casey Anthony?
Not here. You can't even get FOIA requests.
Oh, heck with that. They don't honor FOIA requests in Texas. Ooh, we should do it on
If,
purpose to see. We need
well,
to go ahead.
here in Austin anyway, our DA and the city, it's like either really expensive or it's heavily redacted from what I've seen.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of stuff can be heavily redacted to the point where what's the point in giving it to me, right? If you black out
Right.
so much, I can't even read the darn thing. I wonder what would happen if we FOIA requested some of those reports from Lady Bird Lake.
People have tried and they're unsuccessful.
I don't think Joe's tried at all. He's so, had Lori on the brain for so long, and we haven't had any movement over there. Fortunately, in that around Lady Bird Lake. Well, we've had some, but we've never tried to do a FOIA request over there on any of those reports. And we
Yeah,
have
I could
all the
probably try, but it would be either too expensive or if you do pay for it, it's heavily redacted and then you just wasted your money on.
yeah, and sometimes some people charge a lot of money for this stuff, and some places don't
Mhm.
charge a lot of money, like 50 cents a
Right,
page, things like that. It all depends. And
right.
what information would we glean from any of it, right? We have the whole witness list. We have all the victims' names, including those that have survived over there. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, that's a thought there. Okay, that's a thought. I don't like it's Kentucky's hard about getting FOIA requests. It's difficult with looking at their documents. I was like, what don't it's like a known fact this is public information, so why are we hiding it?
Mhm.
Why do states
And
want
we're
to
already taxpayers, so why are we are still having to pay
it right?
addition
We got to
to
come in
what
and
we already pay
ask
for?
for it, and then we got to pay
Right.
for it. But y'all keep claiming this is all public. This is all public. You're keeping cameras out. You're putting sealed orders on, and
Mhm.
tell us again how public this really is, because I'm not
Right.
buying it.
I mean, the families have gone to city council meetings and we still
Locally.
can't get anything. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the ones who have passed though have had to have received their death reports. They can't stop that from going to families.
Yeah.
So, but there's no cause of death on them. Drowning. Be
Mhm.
curious. How many of those do say drowning versus unknown causes, right?
Right.
How
Right.
many did they officially label a drowning versus a non-drowning? So that
Mhm.
would be, we'll have to
Or
try to,
it's so many, 38 now.
yeah,
And then someone was reported yesterday. It was a creek though. It wasn't like right in Ladybird Lake.
right.
So I haven't read into that one to see like the circumstances or anything, but
Right,
I
because
mean,
with so
Jesus.
many that have popped up, all of them aren't going to be tied in, and I get
Mm-mm.
that. So, but there's so many that are suspicious, right? That we've been looking at and done the deep dives into. Um,
Mhm.
it is
And it's
interesting
just
that
so
it's been,
easy. Yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's a little interesting that it's been quiet for a while around there. Did you know?
Quiet or some you don't hear about.
Right, or did they move on to a
Yeah,
new area, a new? You know what I mean when I say they
right.
possible
I mean,
serial killer.
yeah.
we've
It's just so
we
easy for law enforcement to just say, "Oh, no foul play on everything," and it's like you can't blanket that with everything because at some point somebody's in danger somewhere if
uh,
you're not putting the person responsible for it in jail. So how can you say no one else is in danger?
exactly.
That's
And the one
stupid.
that blew me away, butterfly, was the lady they said was trying to stay warm. They have
I
never
know.
elaborated on how they thought she was trying to stay warm. How does a body you recover from the water tell you it was trying to stay warm on shore? Was
Hmm.
there a damn fire?
Right.
Because when
Well,
I
there was
trolled,
one. There was a
go
elderly
ahead.
man missing. There was an elderly man missing, right?
Hmm.
And then maybe the next day or later that day, you hear about a body being found in Ladybird Lake. We still haven't gotten an official announcement that was it this gentleman that was found in the lake? Was that the same person? We still don't know. We can
Oh,
speculate,
that's
but there's
right.
been no official announcement if it was that elderly man that everyone was looking for.
Right, because I just saw the information. I didn't dive into that one too deep either. We
Right.
got so wrapped up in this stuff, and then shit. Just today alone, me and you were looking at other things behind the scenes, and Dolphin's like,
Mhm.
"Hey, the documents." I'm like, Karen Reed. Yeah, I'm like, there's one of me,
Huh?
and I got like 15 things I want to do right now.
Right. I can multitask, but there's a limit.
Yeah, I have a limit. My God, do I have a limit?
Yeah.
That's unusual for me because I do usually have 10 cases rolling around in this head at one time.
Right.
But there's the main ones that we're all trying to keep up to date with. Now, Dolphin, depending on how things go later, I might come back live later to do a standalone show on just what came down with Coburger because we like to keep it separate if we can. We do like to. I want to deep dive that 22-page document where the prosecution wants to hold off, oppose them seeking their continuance or whatever. I do want to dive into that one. I just don't. I want to give it the attention I know I want to give it. So if we don't do that tonight, I'm just trying to think in my head. My son's going to come home. I didn't get to cook my steaks last night because I went to the hospital instead. So I decided we
Oh
would do
yeah,
it
I was going
tonight.
to ask you about that.
Yeah, my son got home around 4 yesterday, and we left, and we went to the hospital and met my I call him my nephew, might as well be, and he just, he's very young, and so he doesn't understand a lot that's happening, but he's got a pretty good grasp on it. But another really close friend showed up while I was there, and she actually was there when the doctors came in and everything. And my friend had a major stroke in her sleep, and followed by multiple mini strokes. And the doctors say that it blinded her instantly, and she's never woke up, and she's not going to. So,
oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
no, thank you for that. Thank you. And her birthday was 2 days before mine, and it kind of put things into perspective. I got to wake up on my birthday yesterday morning. My friend
Yeah,
did not.
I'm so sorry. That's so scary, though. I've
I know.
never heard of it happening in your sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
She was asleep and she had a stroke, and they didn't see an indication of that at first, apparently. But then when they ran the second MRI on her, it lit up like a Christmas tree. It's just there's nothing there, and they tried dialysis for I think 2 days because her kidneys were barely functioning, but her body just wasn't having it. So they had to take all that all that away, and she's just being kept comfortable right now. The usual hospice routine. A lot of us who are adults have probably had our experience with that. So
Right.
y'all get it. Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it. She was a gosh friend for so many years, and she really helped me out a few years back when I was in a not really a spot. I was moving, and I had my dog, and I was having a hard time finding anywhere to let me rent with this damn pit bull. I mean,
Right.
nobody wanted to let me live there, and I wasn't getting rid of my dog. That was my emotional support dog, hands
Right.
down. And so I knew that wasn't going to happen. So my friend, she calls me up. She's like, "Hey, are you moving?" I was like, "Yeah, whatever." And I told her what was going on. She's like, "You bring me that dog to my kennel and you park her here with me, and then you're going to move into my house." I was like, "What?" She's like, I got 3 empty bedrooms. I love you. I love your mom. You're moving in with me." So I did. And that's where I stayed for several years. And she took me and my dog. So, but we
Sounds
had a
like an
great.
amazing person.
She is. She's always been a good person, but I know that right now she's happy because she's with her mom and her sister. So I have to keep that in mind. I hate
Yeah.
that the nephew has to watch that process, right?
Yeah.
He's young and doesn't quite understand it. So,
hmm
all right. Well, I think we have court movement going on again, guys. Thanks for checking in on the situation. I appreciate you guys and your birthday
Well,
wishes and everything. You guys are great.
yeah. Well, he's blessed to have you
Well, thank
and
you.
your other friend there for him to guide him. So
Yeah, I took him
I'm
up some
sure she's a
snacks and
huge
stuff
support.
last night just to keep at the hospital. We're going to go back probably tomorrow and check on him again. If she doesn't, if she's
Right.
still with us, we'll go up there and check on him again.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for asking. I appreciate all you. And Dolphin hit me up in the messenger earlier. I appreciate all y'all. You guys are such a great community.
Well, prayers for the family.
Thank you so much, hun.
Tori?
rise for the jury. Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Lopez.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For
I got
20
the articles
years?
already, dude.
12 years.
Fight me.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, four or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes.
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
In coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good. But in cases, hundreds of cases,
That was
it's a
funny.
common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
Preach it,
So you
ma'am.
would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you'd look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if
well-
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
Okay. And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering?
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There were, I'm going to allow it in a different.
Why are you allowing that?
That's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh,
Bev, oh my God.
Hold on for a second.
okay.
Ask you differently, Mr. Brennan, please.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's hear it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%.
You already,
Consulting.
you know,
Do
Hank,
you
just like I do.
consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time?
Yes,
Yes.
I get paid for my time.
I thought so.
Dr.
Firefly.
Laposada, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please. Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. Laposada, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And that spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
That's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please. And that you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing, like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Okay. Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side?
Looks to be, well, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed, sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object.
Like
a sharp object, like it's not an incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed?
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
We heard what Karen said, Mr. Prosecutor. Move along.
I just want to ask you a very few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees.
Yes.
And there's different ways to take somebody's or a body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so, is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
So that is a drop from the standard, or what's expected, of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
Yes. If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12:32:16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours, or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees.
I don't know
to
what's
80
happening.
degrees in
Sorry,
body
guys.
temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
Right. So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second.
All
They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. and then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within
No.
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. LaPosada?
No.
Oh. Because if someone can drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate, say they lose 3 degrees, and then after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees, that would still fit and be consistent with a drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees,
No.
to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32, they could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then pass out, die, and then continue to lose body temperature? Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion,
So sustained, and I'll strike that.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Laposada,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course, thank you, Your Honor.
as far as
What?
your medical experience, could somebody be alive, outside, in the cold, below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
He has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposada, have you seen this video before?
No.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
Objection.
I'm going to see your sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
As usual, she waits till I walk to the kitchen to get something. I had to go get a drink. Maybe she'll tell you to stop it, Hank. Right? Beyond her scope. Go sit down with your little video. Shit, the defense not even allowed to have damn slides up there without annoying Bev. Now here you are wanting to break out more video. From another expert, I might add, she's not an accident reconstructionist. It's like, those medical or those reconstruction guys, they're not medical experts. I'm trying to keep this stuff from giving me a headache. I had a severe storm 8 miles from me and I had no clue. My son let me know and I'm like, I think it's over with now, hun. It's just rained here. Huh. Didn't even thunder but like once. Right, Butterfly says he wasn't declared dead at the scene. But also, if you got to go back and think about Karen Reed, she's a little, from what I've been looking at her and seeing the interviews, and when we watched over there on Kick with Miss Shorty, A Body in the Snow, and studying Karen Reed and the way she says things and her baseline of how, because I can't stand body language experts taking a read on someone they don't know, that they just met. Oh, look, she touched her face, she's lying. Go sit down with that mess. What's this person's baseline? Do you know them? Do you know their mannerisms? I feel like there's a lot that goes into in-depth body language. You can't just pick up a handful of things and say, oh, they all did this, they're all lying. That's BS in my opinion. I feel like they're all a bunch of fakes. I don't care for it. But if you study the person, like when she says she picked that glass out of his nose and blood gushed out, does that really mean it gushed, or does it mean when she pulled it out it bled? Either way, like the doctor said, even if he had died and there was residual blood pulled right there, that's going to come out once the object in the way is removed. That explains how the blood came out. What I don't know is when John O'Keefe actually died. They're trying to save him on the way to the hospital, but was he already clinically dead, right? You can't bring back somebody clinically dead. It's very, very rare. You can resuscitate, you can assist with breathing with a ventilator, you can resuscitate a person. So they were trying to resuscitate somebody who was already clinically gone. Because all that, I kept waiting on that in all these earlier testimonies, right? But nobody could get there. Because all they went into life-saving mode the minute they found the man. So I don't know what Hank thinks he's driving home when he points out little stuff like that.
All right, so jurors, I am going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness.
Whoa.
Dr. LaPosada, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur and the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposada.
Yeah, she's not one of your little pissy Emmys from Nowhereville, sir. Button up, Buttercup. I see him button that jacket.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. It's okay. Dr.
Okay,
Laposada.
hold on one second.
Hold on for what? Bailiff was approaching her with something.
Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness.
Did your bailiff ask you to clarify that?
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
May I
Get on
proceed?
behalf
Thank
of
you.
the jury, maybe?
Dr. Laposada, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
What are we approaching about? Make sure we ask this right before we get told to ask it again. Let's go clarify with her now. Y'all, that guy on Twitter, what's his name? He is wreaking havoc. His name is Mass Guy, at Real Mass Guy. I don't know who he is. He did a lot of stuff with Karen Reed. No, he feels like she's innocent, whatever. But he is like wreaking havoc on these pro burgers on the Twitter. They don't like him at all. He goes at them hard. It's so comical. I just don't say a word. I just watch. People will fight over the silliest things. And some of it is really worth fighting over, but dang. Oh no. If you guys follow Publicly Buzzed the way I have and the way I do, I've been chilling out with him for a couple years. He has a beautiful dog, Gypsy, and Gyps is no longer with us. I know that's a great loss for him. She had medical problems and they really loved her and did a lot for her, and she meant a lot to him. She really did. So if you guys go over and show Publicly Buzz some love, what cookie did Nate post? Hang on, I was trolling Twitter, but I ran across Publicly Buzz and I always got to stop and see my buddy there. But I just read about that. When you need to get I've kind of watched the Lori updates a little on the side here. Let's go see what did Nate post a cookie for. Lori's not baking cookies in court to go with her enchiladas, is she? Oh, said Tammy Daybell's cousin is it. I've seen her on interviews. Is attending the trial today. She brought these cookies with a message printed on the wrapper. I'll read you guys what it says. It says, while Lori is serving life with her green chili guilt enchiladas, Chad's on death row, still talking about a storm that hit more like a drizzle. Please enjoy this cookie that tastes like freedom. Well, okay, that's cute. Lord, it's nice that Tammy's family is there, or someone from Tammy's family. They ought to give Lori one of these cookies, Butterfly. Just slide it in her din tray. Like, here's you some extra cookie, Lori. Take it back to your bunk tonight so when you get the hungries at midnight, you got a snack. And read what it says. Secret message to Lori. I know they were waiting on Nick Balance to get on the stand earlier. Looks like Detective Pilar has been up there since they started out the day. And I know it looks like he's still up there 6 minutes ago, according to Nate. She's talking about burner phones and storage units, and I think that Nick's supposed to come in and talk with them about that burner phone. 4 minutes ago, judge reviews the juror questions with the defense and prosecution. White noise is played. Who do they have questions about? Let me see. Oh, because this one. He said Trina asked if Pilar had to rely heavily on Rexburg and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho, and he says yes. He's getting ready to introduce Nick. They are. Trina asked if those detectives are in a better position to discuss storage units and burner phones. Pilar says yes. Trina has nothing further, and the jurors had questions for that witness, Detective Pilar. A pillar. Joe's got me saying it wrong. Thank you, Butterfly. She just dropped the link into the chat for Publicly Buzzed. I think most of you probably know who he is. If not, go over. He's so much fun. He really is. He's like a breath of fresh air, and he's just fun. All around fun. And there's the link to the cookies. Yes. Okay, we have... Uh-oh. What'd they go to the ceiling for? Did the judge get mad and throw her fist? Is she throwing hands in the courtroom? They're probably all ducking if she did. They're like, oh, heck. All right, let me... Okay. Pilar is still on the stand. It looks like he was one of the ones helping to investigate Melanie. Yes, Vixie, she said less. Lord, we can't trust nothing this woman says. Less sidebars. We're on time. We're going to get a full day in. Her little phony ass smile. She's about one of the phoniest people I've seen in so long. Apparently, Lori's got stupid questions. I gotta go listen to that later. Forrest says exactly her word is as good as dirt, right? She makes herself look foolish all the time. Even when I knew if I gave you guys Thursday off, we'd pay for it. Are we paying for it, Bev? How you figure? You got to cut the defense short to save some time now? Okay, we see you. Now that's your excuse. You're moving around in the courtroom. Hey, there's that one news guy. I've seen him on TV. Who does he work for, guys? He's sitting next to Sue. Y'all know who Sue is, right? Far right. Short black hair, glasses. Who's that guy next to her in the white shirt? He works for a news organization. Sue will be live tonight on Canton Confidential. You can bet that.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. LaPosada, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about x-rays.
Yes.
And the effect of x-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are x-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
Yes, they are.
Did you find any? You reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach you?
Yes, I have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have one look?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
Do you have them up on the,
We do have electronic versions of this.
why don't we do that instead of the big, the large?
As long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked and moved into evidence for reasons that we discussed at sidebar.
So those will be, you're objecting to this, Mr. Bennett? Okay, well, even if the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark your flash drive, and you can just go ahead, do it in evidence. We'll mark the flash drive. The flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of paper, and you can go ahead and show them.
I don't want to have a full discussion in open court.
All right, jurors, we're going to make this one really quick.
Sure you are. See, Bev, you should have handled this earlier. You should have finished this up earlier, and you wouldn't be doing this right now, making your jurors witness your chaos in your courtroom. Now you want the flash drive and not the big pictures. Bev can't multitask and conduct too much ahead of time. She's like, oh, y'all are overloading my brain. Stop it. Lady, this is like the only case you have right now. Unlike all of us, we're out here multitasking multiple cases. Get it, we're not in your seat, but damn, wish we were. Right? Yeah, can only take so much of this. Poor woman.
Yes.
Thank you so much. show these to you, and then I'll put them on an overhead. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the medical examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the x-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by the R designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this what you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these now will mark whatever the next exhibit in A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yes, Your Honor.
HHH is now 229A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to wait. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, if you would assist me,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a x-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. I mean, it was marked as next to order.
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
It could.
The 229B.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is another x-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
Thank you, Doctor. With the court's permission, next in order, sub C is in Charlie.
Yes.
C.
Dr. LaPosada, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Laposada, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else today?
May I have a moment, Doctor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
They got a good hour left before they call it a day over there. And she just asked, was there anything else for today? Why not go ahead and call your next witness? You got a good hour here, but the defense wants to approach. What are we doing here? They're about to present one, maybe two witnesses at the most, and we're done.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask the court to invite Dr. Andrew Richler to join us.
Okay.
There we go. Bring him home. I'm ready. We're not going home yet, Bevy. Get over yourself. And by the way, you knew this witness was coming up next. You absolutely knew it. What do you mean anything else for today with an hour left to go? Fake as the Kardashians. Scream at Vixie. We are soul sister.
Sir, I need you to step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Crash Daddy number 2 in the house.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
I'm
Honor.
not comfortable calling
Sir,
him
could
Daddy.
you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall
Gotcha.
side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics, so I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports-related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly does is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Was a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that. So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
We have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr. Sure. Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant, ambush-protected, armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area, at the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD. To do your work in furtherance of the NHL contract or commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that, and they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms, are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale. They have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word, probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move? It moves forward. Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism, and in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rentschler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions, and then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation. We do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high-impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, C-A-A-R-S?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school, doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities, so we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers and then some abstracts and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Rentschler, about how you began working on this particular case, the case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial that was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay. What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we were kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and a pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024, okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right. Did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is?
Yes.
Yeah. With respect to the head, is
yes.
that what? Yes.
As it relates to the head.
Yes. Well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward, the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained a subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah, and so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose, and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue.
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted, with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about, and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down the cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down.
Dude, she would not like me. Whoa.
I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case, and we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify?
Yes.
This year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed, and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Well, this is a long sidebar, and as usual, I walk away. They go to sidebar. I take my phone with me so I can listen. Man, I just walked outside with my cup of coffee because I had to have some afternoon coffee, and it's wicked out there. Like it's nonstop rolling thunder, and there's some amazing lightning bolts popping off. There's a little storm in the town next to me. I need to look, see if it's coming my way, or if it's going to stay right above me as usual. Oh, I got some warnings. I don't pay attention to the weather, the time, or the calendar. Like, I don't care what y'all do. Well, I only pay attention to the weather during hurricane season. Otherwise, it's winter and it's just going to be cold, so why even bother? Yeah, it's above me. All right. This is a really long sidebar, though. They're about to get into some very specifics here, about the injuries and type. I'm far more impressed with the ARCA guys, and the reason, their level of expertise and what they're doing is far outreaches what the accident reconstructionists attempted to do, because they attempted to incorporate cause of injury with an accident reconstruction. Should have based that accident reconstruction based on what that car was doing, and they tried. What is she doing?
Outside your presence. So we're back on track, and we're going to let you go for today, and we're expecting a full day tomorrow. I can tell you, the lawyers tell me that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so
We're definitely winding down. They're about to handle something.
Discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please continue to be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you ready to start.
Absolutely be careful with your social media use. Lord. Okay, I thought she said they had some things to take care of, so we'll see if they have another discussion here. We'll keep it up for a minute. So I'm thinking, about the defense's opening statements and their case in chief. And you go back and look at what the prosecution has done and said. And then it comes down to really basing it on what, and you know what's odd? Yeah, Butterfly, you called it. Movement. Let's see. Hold on. We don't want to miss what Bez's about to say. She's going to light somebody up. Oh, they're about to hash some shit out. Y'all get your popcorn. We'll discuss in a few minutes.
Back the paperwork on the State of Rhode Island versus Michael Patino transcript or whatever she was giving me. Any objection to that? All right. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Jackson, for purposes of your edits, so the text will be removed from 5, 6, 8, 9, 23, the word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there. 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, and 76. Separately, pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to exclude, if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling, based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23. Now, as I said to you at sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to the Commonwealth, if there's no objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited, if the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in because I would allow them if it's by agreement.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Rentschler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf,
Okay.
depending on how it goes. If he has an hour and a half, I expect I'll probably be about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then we'll figure out where we are Thursday. It seems that the case may be ready to go to the jury Friday, maybe Monday at the latest. But that's...
By Monday, based on our sidebar conversation.
Does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we'll be ready Friday.
Okay. All right. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Yes.
Should I have Dr. Welch in for tomorrow or wait for Wednesday? Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Wednesday already. Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate that mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon?
Of course.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
I think Mr. Alessi had one issue he wanted to address the court.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the Exhibit 88, Your Honor said you would...
Yes. We'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah. I said yesterday they'd come in. They're coming in. Okay. So those will be in evidence. Mr. Brennan, you were on notice yesterday that I was letting those in. Okay. All right. We're all set. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So, yeah, railroaded. Exclusions for the defense, but none for the CW. Do you guys think the jury is feeling the way we are? I mean, yeah, granted, we might know a little more than they do. Obviously, we see things in the courtroom that they're not privy to, but they know things are going on, right? They have to wonder what a lot of that is. Hopefully, they can really, they have nothing else to rely on except what these all these different experts say. Calling Jen McCabe to the stand, right? What was that? That's not going to help them get there to what happened to John O'Keefe. That's going to get her saying a bunch of stuff. And notice how the prosecution is the one that called those particular witnesses, right? The Jen and Carrie. Only solely, not because they wanted to get out in front of what the defense might say about what went on in that house. That was solely to corroborate what Karen was yelling, because those were the two people with Karen. But in the meantime, it gave the defense a chance to come and ask them some questions, right, about certain things, like, what's his name, Lank's house, and why were you riding by Fairview, and why did you do this and that, kind of planting that seed for the jurors. And they did a pretty good job of that, because they started planting that seed for me at that point. Then you go through all this we've been through 30 days in. The jurors really have to put it all on those experts. And honestly, the defense experts were far more, what's the right word? I mean, they're educated, they're articulate. They backed up what they said, right? I felt like they really were able to back up what they said and explain it. And I remember doing a paper one time in school on Ralph Nader, and because my mom, I swear, bless you, Mama, he's the reason we have seatbelts in cars in America. I had to do a whole deep dive on that dude because I chose him to write a damn paper on. I know all about the test crash dummies. I've known since I was very young. I know about force and car accidents. There's a lot I know about that stuff because I researched it in school for my paper. I did papers on Supreme Court justices because I loved the Supreme Court in school. They intrigued this shit out of me. All the decisions they were able to make and the law of the land, all these things, right? So I'm no better educated than anybody else, right? There's people out here who are far smarter than I am, hold big degrees. This juror has a lot of common sense. Like Butterfly was saying earlier, common sense goes a long way. So if they're really looking at that stuff alone and how Welcher and Burgess established what they came up with, and you compare that to what ARCA and the doctors have said, it's a no-brainer to me. Forrest says the defense witnesses come across as credible, and that is so important. And you're so right. That's it. That's it. Who can come out here and really explain this in a sensible way where lay people can understand what's going on? Because we all get force, physics. We had to learn all that in school. We may not be like experts in it, but we get the basis. And that's as long as you got a grasp on that sort of thing. And then you probably got a lot of highly educated people in that jury. You want jurors from all walks of life. You want the plumber and the car mechanic. You want those guys, and you want those educated people just as much. They both bring a lot to the table. Common sense comes to the table along with that higher education. Because sometimes, let's just be honest, a lot of times those people that hold higher educations don't got a lick of common sense. And vice versa, right? It's a crazy thing. But I feel like the witnesses, I won't say like the experts in this case, at this point, I feel like the defense has done enough with their witnesses alone to cause reasonable doubt as to what happened to John O'Keefe. It was up to the prosecution to prove what happened to John O'Keefe. And if something else happened to John O'Keefe other than Karen Reed hitting them, why did they not look at that? That's on them. And I'm hoping, so going back to the feds now, the feds asked these guys, hired them, said, here's some information. Tell us what you think. What are your findings based on your education and training, right? And they come out and were like, we don't think a car caused this accident. What did the feds do with that information? I'm not suggesting they gave it to the defense. I don't care if they did or didn't. But what are they going to do internally in their investigation with that information? Because that's huge. I feel like that's huge. If the feds hire a private company like ARCA to do an investigation, a reputable company that does a lot of work in a lot of different fields, they take their findings and they look at that and say they don't think this was caused by a car. What in the world are they doing? Like, will there be charges after this case is over if she's found not? I don't know how that would work out, but I feel like that's wrong if they concluded in their investigation he wasn't hit by a car and they just gonna like put it all down and go away. I don't think so. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, guys. Butterfly, yes, there is a link for Joe's channel. He'll have the Lori Vallow recap. Like I reported in chat earlier that Colby went live a little while ago, and that's how I noticed it. He didn't put it on Twitter. He didn't put it out there like that, but he did go live from the courthouse briefly, and he said he would come on tonight to talk about that. Let's see. Let me check something really quick, guys. Ooh, let me look. Do y'all think they're going to call another witness past Dr. Retchler? I don't know. Well, Hank said he's going to spend like about an hour. Well, his preliminary thoughts, an hour to cross the doctor. So if that takes place tomorrow and you got the defense wrapping up with him tomorrow at some point, and the defense getting there, the prosecution, goes at cross and then rebuttal. We're talking Thursday. Are they going to start closing arguments on Friday morning? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to. Okay, let me see. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. The CW should start rebuttal witnesses tomorrow or Wednesday. It looks like probably what is tomorrow? What is today? Tuesday. Wednesday. Well, it depends on how long they might start calling some tomorrow afternoon, right, Rachel? That's what he was just talking about. So if they wrap up, the defense wraps up in the morning with Dr. Retschler, and then Hank takes an hour at him. Maybe tomorrow afternoon they'll start calling their rebuttal witnesses. You really want to call Welcher back up there and have the but to reiterate what to tear apart what these other experts were saying? We heard what that man had to say. All right, guys. Lori's trial is still ongoing. They are on lunch break. She I don't want to. I don't have time to watch her whole thing to review it all in its entirety. The morning part, but this is a part where she is up there about to question or cross-examine. I think it's Detective Pillar on the stand. We'll watch that and then we'll head out for the day, and then you guys can go get your Lori recap and then go over to Joe's tonight and check that out. Also tonight, oh, I'm torn because there's something else I need. I know I want to go watch that Lisk special tonight, so I'm probably going to do that. If you guys don't know, that's coming on Peacock tonight. I don't even know what time, so check your listings. It is their documentary on Rex Heuermann, and his wife and daughter are in it. Okay, so let's take a look at Lawyer Lori being a defense attorney again. Look, she looked right there's Brandon standing right there. Is that the top of Kay's head?
Right, the jurors can be seated when they get to their seats. The jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Oh, he said continue with your cross. She must have had a little bit at him before.
Detective Pillar, yesterday we were speaking of your interview with Brandon in the
Okay, yesterday
car.
she did.
You said it was about 25 to 30 minutes, is that correct?
That sounds right.
And that you audio recorded it, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the end of that interview, you admonished Brandon to not contact Melanie, is that correct?
There were phone calls attempted to be made to Melanie. And then after that, I encouraged him to not answer and to simply contact me if she were to contact him.
And what do you mean by the phone calls?
We tried to contact her to get her side of the story early on in the investigation, since that was the one name that he most recently had a recent relationship falling out with.
So who tried to contact her and when was that? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It was during the interview in the car before I can return back to the crime scene. Brandon and I discussed what we had, and I gathered that information. We knew that one of his children was with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and we knew where the other 3 children were. We, at this point, did not know the full circumstances surrounding the shooting. So it was important to reach out to her, let her, Melanie know, hey, there was a shooting that just occurred, and speak with her.
Oh,
so
Melanie
who
knew.
ended up calling her? You called her or Brandon called her?
Brandon called her from his phone 3 separate times.
And she didn't answer?
No.
But you didn't attempt to call her directly?
Not during that time, no.
Okay. And so as far as you know, Brandon followed that admonition to not contact her again that day?
Yes, as we also had his phone, so.
Oh, that's right.
That made it so he couldn't.
Okay. And
that
so,
wasn't the purpose, but we had his phone.
So did you end up making contact with Melanie?
I made contact telephonically with Melanie Boudreau at the time, now Pulowski. And yes, I was able to make contact with her.
Was that still on October 2nd or is that the next day?
I left a message for her. I don't remember when I spoke with her specifically, but she agreed to meet with me on October 3rd, which was the following day after the shooting.
And that was at the Gilbert Police Department?
Gilbert Police Department in a private interview room, yes.
Okay. And so Melanie came and met you that day on October 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
And you interviewed her?
Yes.
And she came in voluntarily
Yes.
and talked to you?
Yes.
And did she ask for an attorney?
No.
And about how long was that interview, do you think?
Approximately 1 hour. It was a little interrupted because their youngest was with them in the room. She didn't have childcare at that time, but I believe the interview lasted for about an hour.
Okay. And did she advise you in that interview of some business deals that Brandon was involved in?
The objection's sustained, it's hearsay.
Did you investigate anything that you learned during that interview?
Yes.
Did you investigate anything that Melanie offered to you during that interview?
Can you be more specific about what was offered?
Yeah, sure.
If you're gonna offer a hearsay statement, if there, maybe have him review something that you want him to consider, if you have a written copy.
Okay. Maybe a better question is, did you follow up with anything that you learned during that interview with Melanie?
Yes.
And did you talk to her again after that 1 hour long interview?
I did speak with her again, yes.
On the phone or in person?
The next time I had any communication with Melanie was on October 14th, so a few days after our in-person interview.
Okay, and did she contact you?
She did contact me.
And she was coming to you for help?
She was reaching out regarding some custodial issues.
She thought you might be able to help her, is that correct?
She was seeking some advice, yes.
So Brandon had testified that he provided you with a VIN number to a Jeep Wrangler in my household on October 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct that he testified to that, yes.
And did he do that? Did he provide you with that VIN number?
I do not remember that. I do not recall being provided a VIN number. There was a lot that happened early in the investigation. I can tell you that we got the license plate for the Texas Jeep early on in our investigation, which when running a license plate, we also received the VIN number, but I do not remember specifically getting the VIN number from Mr. Boudreau.
So where did you get the license plate number from?
From the Chandler photographs from their incident in
So after, like yesterday, you contacted Chandler and that's where you got those from?
the images with the license plate, yes.
What day was that you contacted Chandler in October?
When I contacted them, I can't testify to that, but I do know that I physically met with them on October 9th of 2019.
Okay.
Lori's trying to
So
implicate
your
Melanie
testimony
so
here
bad.
today is that you did not discover that the Jeep was gray in my household because of the VIN number that Brandon provided to you.
Oh,
Would that be fair?
she's stuck on that color.
Yes, that would be fair.
But you did discover it on October 9th that there was a gray Jeep in my household. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that no one that you interviewed or talked to mentioned anything about the Jeep being gray?
The color of it being gray, no.
Okay.
Not early in the investigation.
Did you search for a green Jeep with Texas plates on it?
No. No, there was never a green Jeep specifically searched for with a Texas license plate. That would be something we would farm out to our investigators, our civilian investigators, and to specifically ask for a green Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate. I don't know what that would yield as far as results, and we didn't have enough to go after just that at that moment.
Okay. And you didn't farm that out, though? Is that correct?
At that juncture, no.
And did you search for a dark blue Jeep with Texas plates on it with a tire on the back?
Same answer, or similar answer to what I just provided.
Detective Pillar, how often or how many times would you say that you have communicated with Brandon Boudreaux in the past 5.5 years?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered as well as potential 404B issues.
I think she asked Mr. Boudreau those
Okay.
questions. I'll allow it, but be aware of the issues, please, that you could be opening. Go ahead.
Multiple times. I have spoken with Mr. Boudreau multiple times.
And would you say multiple emails back and forth?
The majority of communication was either telephonic or text message. However, I do know there were emails exchanged as well.
I'm going to hand you what is proposed Exhibit 192. From the
Y'all, what
defense.
year was that Jeep? Do y'all remember? I need to get my notes out. What year was Tylee's Jeep?
Detective Pillar, do you recognize this email?
It appears to be an email that would be exchanged from Mr. Boudreau to myself within my police department email.
And that's something to and from him to you and to you from him?
In this example you provided, yes. I don't know how long the message thread was for this.
Okay. And you recognize that as a true and correct copy of that email exchange?
Yes, from February 12th of 2020.
The defense would move to publish the email?
State would object. We're going to go into
We
that.
already discussed this exhibit. I'll sustain the objection. It's not being entered into evidence.
In that email, Detective, did you request that Brandon provide you with financial information regarding his ex-wife, Melanie Boudreau?
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to sidebar again regarding defenses.
All right.
Jeez. Uh-oh. I done lost my glasses. Oh, found them. That's like holding your phone in your hand going, where's my phone? Okay, cool, Rachel. Thank you. I know it's probably in my notes, but from trial, well, Not from Charles's trial, but just Lori notes in general.
Jeez.
Oh, my phone was up and it scared me. Okay, let me see if I can get it to fast forward without it freezing up on us. I have to restart it if it does. Or start to spin. Let's see. Let's just do it this way. Y'all get past your sidebar.
So he also provided you with screenshots of information regarding Melanie that didn't have to do with finances. Is that also correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again and warn on 404A and 405.
Did you read those documents when they were sent to you?
I reviewed the documents that were sent to me, yes.
And did you include those in part of your investigation?
They are included in an investigation, yes.
So on those screenshots, does Melanie give a theory of what she thinks happened on October 2nd, 2019 that you reviewed?
Not that I remember from that exchange. I'd have to see it, which I'm...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and relevance.
I'm not asking for the truth of the matter. I just want to know what
Hold on.
he knows.
I didn't ask for argument. You can show him the document and then rephrase your question.
Okay.
Is there something specific you would like?
Go ahead and rephrase your question.
Is this one of the screenshots that Brandon sent to you? That you reviewed?
It doesn't have any email headings or footers on it. This is what appears to be a Word document, like from Microsoft Word. I can't testify that this is exactly what he sent me, if this is a attachment to the email, from what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Do you recognize it as something that you've read before? The information?
I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm simply reviewing what I can to see if
Take
it's
your time.
judging. I must say that I don't remember this. There was a lot of correspondence shared and a lot of images. But looking at this, this seems familiar with some of the allegations that I've heard throughout the investigation. However, I don't remember this specific document being sent to me.
So when you requested Brandon Boudreau on this date to send you these documents, that is part of the 7 screenshots that he sent to you.
Okay.
So my question is, during that time, you were still gathering information, right?
Yes.
You were still looking at all possibilities of what really happened on that day, right?
And I'm going to object to what time period are we talking about? February? I don't, is there a
Yeah,
date
can
on
you
there?
clarify the time period?
Foundation.
Is it the February
12th.
email? February
Yes.
12th. All right, so rephrase the question with that in it.
So my question is, did you ever read the information in that screenshot that you have there before?
It is possible. If it was sent to me in an email, I likely read it, yes. But there was at the point of February 12th of 2020, there were other investigations I was working on as well.
So did you disregard the information in that during your investigation?
I'm going to object, and I think we may need to sidebar
right.
again.
Yeah, let's sidebar.
You know what they ought to do? Let her go. Let her introduce that Idaho stuff. Trina, object for record purposes and all. We don't want to say she was railroaded as her own defense, but y'all can't keep telling her over and over. Let her go. I'm telling you.
You know what they ought to do?
That phone. I keep forgetting to turn it down when I walk away and come back in my room.
Trina?
Why won't it go down? There. It's off now. I don't know. Rachel, I'm still convinced all that money was a bonus. They didn't kill just to get money. That was just, they would have done it anyway. You see what I'm saying? They would have done it regardless if there was money involved or not. That was just, hey, why not? It's here for the taking. Let's go for it. All she had to do was ride off into the sunset with Chad to Hawaii, frolic on the beach, build their little weird religious following, and left the kids back at home. Hey, Carrie. 2018. I thought it was 2018, 2019, Rach. I couldn't remember exactly. I was curious because of this color thing. I was doing a little research. It's a very particular color for that Jeep, just like Toyota yellow. Gray with a hint of aquamarine. It was used for a minute and then not used for a minute, and now it's in use again. They got one at my son's dealership right now. I looked. Melanice needs to be thrown under the bus, though, honestly. She's not being thrown under the bus. She had a hand in all of that. She knew. She's the one who gave Lori and Alex the address. Wasn't Brandon's policy worth $1 million, just like Charles? So, yeah, they could have done a lot with the money, Rachel, but I just don't think that was the driving force, right? They were just in the way, and the money was a bonus. Came along with it. Firefly, the Jeep was a 2018. That's what Rachel did some research for. She's got a great resource to find all things factual in the Lori Vallow case, and she took a look for us. It is a pretty color, butterfly. I agree. It's unique. Yeah, well, Lori was wrong about that, wasn't she, Rachel? Her and Chad would have had to get a job eventually. They were going to bank all that money their little followers were going to give to their little, whatever. Firefly says, my son is all excited because I finally got the title for 97 Jeep we have. Yay! Awesome! Yeah, it's time to fix it up. He'll have so much fun doing that. Take it riding. There's some good areas in Florida to take them Jeeps. We have a Jeep club up here. They take that stuff seriously. All their little ducks lined up on the dashboard. Well, still, I guess it was all about sex and money for these two. But I tell y'all, there's way more to it than that, in my opinion. And I've been looking at Lori Vallow for a lot of years. Now I've had to stare at the back of her damn head for a long time. I've been trying to figure you out since before you took off to Hawaii. Who takes off to Hawaii or knows that everybody's looking for her kids and she just acts like it ain't no big deal? Y'all don't worry about my kids. Let's go away.
Tesla for a second. What happened with the Tesla window? I know it fell out of the car. I'm sitting on the driveway. So where did it go from there?
It busted up, Lori.
The Tesla, the glass from the window that fell out of the Tesla itself was discarded.
Was what?
Thrown away. It was discarded.
Oh, it was thrown away.
Yes.
And when did that happen?
I don't recall. I believe after we were concluding our time at the scene, we had our photographs of it, was turned over to the resident, in that case, Mr. Boudreau.
She finally has her answer.
Dispose of.
Okay. And it wasn't preserved for any reason?
No.
Why not?
We collected what we needed from it at that moment, and the amount of glass that was there in the images that were taken seemed sufficient at the time, and so it was simply thrown away.
Was there a hole in that window at all? Like a bullet hole?
A bullet hole through the window outside of the images that have been presented that would indicate where an impact point may have been, so kind of the curvature towards the top of the glass. Outside of that, no, there was no other damage that would match about a bullet hole.
Okay. And you didn't carefully put on 2 pairs of gloves and take it to the evidence room at the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Take the glass?
Correct.
That's correct.
And what about the Tesla?
Carefully do it.
So what happened to the Tesla that day?
After we processed the Tesla at the scene, we transported it over to the Gilbert Police Department to further inspect indoors. Essentially, it was just one more act that we could take to better review what we had already investigated for the hours that we were outside.
And was it like towed? Do you tow it over?
No, it was, although unorthodox, it was transported by myself and followed by Detective McDermott to the Property and Evidence Building, where we had a technician standing by. Once arrival to the garage at that facility, we further looked into the bullet hole, and we weren't there very long. It was, again, another last review of the damage.
So you drove it over, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was photographed?
Yes, we photographed the vehicle at the scene. Once at the police department, we have the surveillance cameras, but we didn't photograph it further once at the police department. We had no intention of impounding it at that time.
And it was measured?
No, the bullet
hole and things were measured? All that was done at the scene, but nothing was done at the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
And then it wasn't tested for the trajectory while at the Gilbert Police Department?
That's correct.
And it wasn't placed into evidence?
We did not impound the vehicle. The purpose for that was it was the victim's only vehicle at that time, similar to the cell phone that the smartphone that we took temporary custody of. For convenience purposes, it was ultimately turned back over to the owner, in this case, Mr. Boudreaux, both the vehicle and the smartphone.
Within a day?
Yes, approximately a day. It was a very brief period of time.
Okay. And having been a case agent hundreds of times, you must have known that if you were ever going to charge someone with this crime, then surely you would need this evidence so the defense could hire their own experts to do testing of the car and the window, right?
The crime of this caliber, and it's not uncommon for cases to develop into something more than what you initially believe, which is that's part of being human, part of being an investigator.
Oh, Lord.
We did not take the vehicle in this case. We did not have a decedent. In other words, we did not have a person who was injured or killed. We had property damage, and we were still very early in our investigation to determine what happened. So, no, we did not maintain custody of that vehicle.
So is it not in your protocol to preserve evidence?
It's in our protocol to preserve evidence.
But not in this case?
In this case, I made the decision not to maintain custody of that Tesla.
So without this evidence available, how would my experts be able to test for trajectory?
We couldn't test for trajectory with what we had. If it was here today, it's possible that you guys could test for trajectory with the advancements in technology. Again, not being somebody who is trained or certified in any type of trajectory training, I don't know how that process would even look, but we simply don't have the vehicle today as we're discussing this.
And you don't have an expert at Gilbert Police Department that's an expert in trajectory?
At that time, we did not.
Okay. And how would my ballistics expert be able to test the hole in the Tesla to determine, in fact, if it was a rifle or a handgun?
What expert?
How would I do that now?
How would you go about?
How would I have an expert do that now?
You would hire somebody who would potentially be a specialist in this area and see if they had
Without the car.
Ability to obtain evidence of trajectory. But how would you do that now outside of hiring somebody and doing that without the vehicle? I suppose you could not.
Small deal, no big deal. If I was her defense attorney, it would be a big deal, but it's Lori, so it is what it is.
Is it possible to perform our own tests from pictures?
Tests? No.
And did you request any tests be performed on the Tesla itself?
Outside of trying to obtain the surveillance footage and do our best that we could with what we had for the bullet hole itself, no additional tests were made.
And no testing was done with the window either, is that correct?
You're referring to the glass that was?
Yes, the glass.
No other tests were done with the glass.
Okay. And how about the 4 pieces of the projectile that were found? Were any of those tested?
Tested for?
For what kind of bullet they came from, or what kind of gun they came from?
Again, not being a munitions expert, but seeing what bullet fragments look like and what projectiles can turn into upon impact, those fragments could not determine any type of rifling, which is the marks that are made within a barrel when a weapon is shot. Because the bullet was not intact, and we had no casing, we had no gun to verify where it came from. We simply had some markings of some possible jacketing and the lead, which appeared consistent with a bullet that was fired and then, of course, was fragmented. We were satisfied that we had a individual get shot at by some firearm, be it rifle, handgun, but a firearm, eastbound to westbound, that collided and then ultimately ended up in Mr. Boudreaux's body frame. But to send it off for further testing, no, we did not send it off for further testing based on any reason that we knew we would not be able to get any viable weapon to compare it to, or any type of rifling where that
She's not getting that
matching
part, Rachel.
another firearm.
Well, would it make a big difference if it wasn't a rifle at all and what Mr. Boudreau saw was a rifle?
Can you rephrase that question?
So if you were to test it and someone to say, this came from a handgun, this did not come from a rifle, that would make a big difference in the story that Mr. Boudreau told to you, though, right?
No,
It would not.
no.
So he did not see a handgun, but if it came from a handgun, that would be contradictory, would it not?
To his statement of believing it was a rifle?
Correct.
His belief in mere observation for those split seconds of a weapon firing at him, I can't say for certain if it would have been from a handgun or a rifle. If we had an intact projectile or a shell casing, we'd have an answer to that. What we have now are bullet fragments and a bullet hole, and evidence to indicate that this happened. This shooting at Mr. Boudreau did in fact occur.
But you didn't test it.
The fragments were not tested.
Now, Detective Pillar, how many neighbors confirmed that they heard a gunshot?
Hearing a loud bang or hearing a gunshot, approximately 4, 5?
4. Do you know who those were? Who those neighbors were?
Not off the top of my head, no. From my memory.
Was that in one of your reports, that 4 neighbors heard a gunshot?
In my report, I documented the detectives who made contact with neighbors that either heard something or had electronic surveillance on their house that, although did not capture footage of the incident, captured consistent noise of a loud bang, as well as a vehicle idling for an extended period of time near their residence, which is near where the Jeep would have been parked.
Oh, wow.
Prior to Mr. Boudreau
Vehicle
arriving
idling.
and then upon his arrival. But it just captured audio with no, again, once again, no footage of the actual shooting.
But you say multiple neighbors. Is that what your understanding was? That multiple neighbors heard a loud noise?
Yes.
So Brandon heard a loud noise. You have the ring that was a loud noise, right? Who else?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Could it be that there was no one else, just those 2?
There were other neighbors that acknowledged hearing a noise. That was a loud noise that was not a normal noise. That
Were those across the street neighbors, neighbors on the other side?
I would have to refer to the detectives who interviewed individuals who said they heard something. And those detectives notated the addresses in which they heard a noise. But when I say multiple, clearly, I mean more than one person heard.
So 2 is multiple in your book. Is that correct?
In this case, we have more than 2 that have testified, but there are others that made.
More than 2 people have testified here that they heard a loud noise?
Yes.
And who would those be?
We have the neighbor with the Ring camera, and I forget her name, I apologize. And then we have Mr. Boudreau, who heard that. And then we had, those are the 2 that we had so far with the loud noise and the consistent evidence.
So you would consider that multiple people. Is that correct?
But there are others within the report that acknowledge hearing the noise, yes.
Not in any report that I read, in a report that you read?
Object to testifying and
Sustained.
asked and answered and argumentative.
Yeah, Rachel, he thought he was coming back from the school, right? And Brandon went to the gym instead, so he had to sit there and
In a
wait.
sworn statement that you made, Detective, you put the other neighbors confirmed they observed a gray-colored hardtop 2-door Jeep. What neighbors do you know of that said that there was a gray Jeep?
Where was that testimony?
So, in your affidavit on November 19th regarding the Jeep Wrangler, would you like to take a look?
Sure.
She needs some practice, don't she, Firefly? She doesn't quite land
Yes,
with
I see where this is in the affidavit.
And earlier you had testified that no one had said the Jeep was gray at all, but in your sworn testimony there, you say that other neighbors confirmed that they observed a gray-colored, hard-top, two-door Jeep. What neighbors would those be?
And this is the probable cause statement from,
For the infotainment center?
yeah, for the infotainment center, but on what date?
November 19th? 2019?
November 19th, 2019? Okay, so I don't recall who specifically said that they saw the gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. It was, however, at this juncture that I do know that that was the vehicle we were looking at from the photographs and from the LPR hits.
It was an alleged vehicle, but that was not the vehicle that the neighbors described to you. Is that correct?
I did not have any vehicles described to me by a neighbor specifically, no.
So you swore that in your statement to take out that infotainment center to that two-door gray hardtop Jeep, right? You're the police officer. You're asking for a warrant to do this because this is your probable cause. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying in that neighbors confirmed that they saw a gray-colored hardtop two-door Jeep, but that was not true.
Suppose the one word that I could exchange from anything is a dark-colored hardtop two-door Jeep. But at this point in my investigation, I had confirmed that it was a gray-colored two-door Jeep.
Thank you. Actually, you might want to hold on to that one. I'll wait. Thank you. There's something else in this affidavit that I'd like you to look at.
Last paragraph?
There actually was color discrepancies in a few of the reports, but they don't matter.
2714.
Thank you.
Not enough to win her case.
It is this last paragraph, correct, Ms. Beto?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
let me just review it real quick.
Just the first underlined.
The first
part
underline, okay.
Of that paragraph. Have you reviewed that, Detective?
The first underline I just did. Do you want me to check the second line as well?
I would then ask to know, I'm sorry, what section you're actually showing him that's underlined?
It's just the third paragraph.
Can you show?
Your Honor, we may want to sidebar again.
All right, can I see the exhibit?
There's always going to be like a color discrepancy in a lot of cases. You know, I mean, look at the damn Elantra in Idaho. It's like people can describe a color differently too. I'm not going to take away points from Lori when she gets a decent defense attorney a point in there, but it's not going to set her free. There's too much overwhelming evidence against her, and she knows it. But when she makes a decent point or a decent argument, I'm going to give her that. I'm not going to pretend I can't see that.
That'll be, just refer to it as Exhibit 202, please. Just that page that, what we were talking about in the sidebar.
Detective, in preparing to investigate this crime, would you say, is it fair to say that most of the information that you gleaned is from Brandon Boudreaux?
In this initial investigation, yes.
Okay. And you were in constant contact with him during that time, in the early days of this investigation?
In the early days and then throughout the progression of the investigation.
And you were on a first-name basis, is that correct?
Yes. Again, that's not uncommon for me to do in really all my investigations.
So most people don't call you Detective Pillar?
Not typically. It depends on how the length of the investigation and the type of investigation that it is, but especially with victims or witnesses, I try to keep it casual.
Now, when you were giving back the Tesla, the window was thrown away, is that correct?
The window was discarded.
And the Tesla was given back.
To Mr. Boudreaux, yes.
Did he come pick it up, or was it driven back over there?
From what I recall, it was picked up by him at the Property and Evidence Building.
And were there any further instructions with that? Like, now you can get it fixed, you can do anything you want with it? Like, how does that work?
Essentially, it was, yes, here's your vehicle returned. We'll be in contact regarding the investigation and my contact with the individuals you provided to follow up.
Okay.
She's imitating Trina. She just is slow.
And then that was the end of that contact with any of the evidence that was taken at the time?
On October 2nd, yes.
And the fragments of the projectile, those were taken in an evidence bag and put into evidence at Gilbert Police Department?
From the scene directly to the police department, yes. Or
Was
the
there-
Property Evidence Building, yes.
Was there any other evidence taken to the property evidence
Of
building?
course she did, Rachel.
I believe there was
Right
a
there.
cigarette butt. I believe there was multiple photographs. Other physical evidence I do not recall us taking.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall taking other physical evidence from the scene off the top of.
So a
my memory.
cigarette butt?
I believe if a cigarette butt was, it was across the street, and a neighbor thought it was inconsistent with being near his house because he didn't smoke.
Okay. Was DNA taken off of the cigarette butt?
No, I believe we still have it retained in our Property Evidence Building.
So if you would have taken the DNA off the cigarette butt, then you might have a person who was smoking it?
We would
At the
probably
scene?
have a DNA profile of somebody who's walking down the street smoking a cigarette, yes.
So you didn't really think it was connected to this incident
Not from-
necessarily?
No.
Okay. And why was it collected?
Because it was within the crime scene tape at this time, and the detective who spoke with the neighbor who provided the information thought it should be collected.
And during the course of your investigation, you never discovered that Brandon Boudreaux was a smoker, right?
No.
Or that Alex Cox was a smoker, right?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Boudreaux if he owned any firearms at that time on October 2nd?
I believe so.
And do you remember what his answer was?
I don't believe he had any firearms in his possession that were his.
And you said the house was cleared. Did someone go through the house and cleared the house?
I knew this from officers telling me, and then again, I had to watch all the body-worn camera footage for media release and redaction purposes, so I learned the officers did clear the house prior to detective arrival.
And they went through the garage as well?
Yes.
And when you came up on the scene, was the garage open or closed?
The garage was open.
And do you know about what time you had arrived there?
Approximately 10:30. The call was made at approximately 9:13 in the morning, and detectives arrived approximately 10:30 a.m.
And when do you think that you left? When you initially left, did you leave your car there because you drove the Tesla? Is that correct?
When I left the scene, once we took the Tesla to the property building,
Mhm.
yes, my assigned vehicle was left there secured. And then, again, a detective followed me to the property and evidence building where we met with property technicians upon arrival.
In your interview with Melanie, she provided you with some information and then called you back, you said around October 14th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did you just refer her to an attorney?
I listened to her grievances, and then her concern was primarily about the custody of their children. And I referred her to speak with an attorney regarding custodial issues.
Because it's not something that you really give advice about, right? Like as the detective.
That's not my expertise, but I do encourage people to speak with attorneys who specialize in family matters.
But she came to you because were you aware that Brandon had not returned the children to her?
Sustained as irrelevance.
About how long was that conversation that you had with Melanie around the 14th?
10 minutes?
Was that on the phone or in person?
It was by phone.
So she was seeking help, but you really didn't have any for her, is that correct?
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Yes.
Right, Detective, I'm going to go back to some of the questions that we started with yesterday. That's kind of also come in through today. During your investigation and through testimony you heard here, did we have a witness, Robert Abitamarco, that just said the Jeep was dark colored?
Yes,
No specifics of what color that was, just dark.
correct.
And then we've heard Brandon thought that the vehicle was some sort of camo or green color.
Yes,
And then eventually, we also learned that through statements made by Brandon Boudreau to both Officer Rob and yourself, that he believed this case was tied to an incident in Chandler. Did you learn that Lori Vallow, in fact, had a dark-colored Jeep?
yes,
And when you were able to obtain those photographs, did you learn that the Jeep was then gray?
yes,
You were asked about a probable cause statement that you wrote on November 19th of 2019. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was that after you learned about the gray vehicle, the gray Jeep that Lori Vallow had on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona at that incident?
yes,
And in that probable cause statement, do you just in fact say that it was a dark-colored or gray-colored Jeep?
yes,
You don't actually say that a specific neighbor said that or where that information came from?
correct. I was working with multiple detectives.
So you're using all of the different information that you gleaned, which included the fact that this defendant owned a gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, and that was put into your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the measurements of the Tesla and trajectory. Did Brandon Boudreau stop at the time of the shooting and put down a little ticky-tack marker and say, better note this for later so I can tell the detectives exactly where my vehicle was when I was shot?
No, he did not.
Did Brandon Boudreau get out of his car and go over and mark the exact end of the Jeep so that you would know exactly where that was when he was shot?
No, he did not.
Did he go over and tell the person, whoa, I gotta wait and find out exactly how this rifle barrel is sticking out of the back of your Jeep so that later on, they'll be able to document the height, the angle, if it's up, if it's down, if it's a little to the right or left, so that later on, they'll be able to do some trajectory?
No,
So none of that happened.
none of that happened.
Were you surprised he didn't do that?
Not at all.
So you did receive information from another neighbor that they saw the Jeep in the approximate same location of where Brandon Boudreau saw it,
Yes,
parked there idling, running,
yes,
same direction as Brandon gave,
yes,
the same Texas plate as Brandon gave,
yes,
and same dark tint as Brandon said.
yes,
So when you talk about this only being Brandon, that's not accurate, right?
correct.
In fact, Robert Abitamarco said he didn't even know Brandon because he just moved in, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when we're talking about trajectory, without knowing all of those specifics, were you aware of any way to recreate how the rifle was held, what angle it was at when it fired that shot into the Tesla, not knowing where the Tesla exactly was either?
No, unable to determine that.
You were asked about the glass as well. When you package items, you put them in a box, a bag, a plastic bag, something like that, right? Depending on the piece of evidence you're collecting.
Yes,
Did you have any way to keep that glass from never disintegrating anymore so that it wouldn't change from the way it looked on October 2nd if you impounded it?
No, with shattered glass, it would continue to shatter. We have no way to package it to stay in its form when it's already broken.
So when you're talking about impounding that item or just throwing it away, if you put it in a box and you travel it to impound and then somebody throws it up into wherever it goes, could you say if you pulled it back out 5 years later that it looked exactly like it did that day when it fell onto the ground?
Absolutely not.
So is that why photographs were taken there?
Photographs, yes.
You were asked a lot about the interview of Brandon. During that audio recording, have you listened to that?
I have.
You told us you were in your vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And was your AC blowing very hard?
It was a warm day out, so yes, we were both, I was sitting in the driver's seat, he was in the passenger, and the vehicle was on with AC running.
Did Brandon talk soft at times?
Yes.
In listening to the recording, is it often difficult to hear what he's saying?
Yes.
And would you agree that the best evidence would be the actual recording versus someone's interpretation of what they believe he was saying?
Yes.
When you were considering the evidence at the scene, in addition to Robert Abotamarco, when you looked at that ring camera footage that we saw in court from Lynette Mendoza, did the black vehicle that you see appear to be consistent with a Tesla?
Yes.
Was it driving in the general direction of or towards Brandon Boudreau's home on that video?
Yes.
And was there a timestamp showing when you heard that loud bang after that vehicle went by?
Yes.
When was that?
It was at 9:13 and some seconds.
And was the 911 call made by Brandon around 9:14?
Yes.
So was that another piece of evidence that was considered by you in corroborating what Brandon had told you and what Robert Abotamarco had seen and what the physical evidence told you?
Yes.
When you were looking at the Tesla itself, you advised us that you have seen bullet holes into vehicles previously,
Yes.
and you have seen fragments of projectiles previously.
Yes.
When you looked at that bullet hole and those fragments, did you have any question as to whether or not that Tesla had been shot?
No question at all.
Did you ever recover a gun that you knew was used in this?
No.
Would the fact that it was one type of rifle over a different type of rifle change the fact that Brandon Boudreau's vehicle was shot that day?
No.
Could a handgun kill someone?
Yes.
Could a rifle kill someone?
Yes.
You were asked yesterday about LPR, license plate reader. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And we had heard from Tom Miller about the DEA license plate readers.
That's correct.
Is that the only license plate readers that exist?
No.
In this investigation, well, the defendant had asked you about there being no other license plate readers showing this Jeep. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
Was there a LPR hit for the Jeep Wrangler Texas plate LWD 0997 in a city south of Rexburg, Idaho on September 30th of 2019 at about 8:10 p.m.?
Yes.
Was there an LPR hit in Idaho for the Jeep Wrangler license plate LWD 0997 on US Highway 20 near Rexburg, Idaho at 3:54 and 4:28 a.m. on October 3rd?
Yes.
Would that again be consistent with other evidence that you learned in this case from other individuals.
Yes,
You were asked a bit about a CAST report done by Nick Balance. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you create that?
I did not create that report.
Did you provide some of the cell phone records that we admitted and talked about that you obtained through search warrants to Mr. Balance?
Yes,
And did information that he gleaned from that and that he made into that report that you reviewed appear consistent again with a timeline of that Jeep leaving Idaho on the 30th of September and being down in Arizona on October 2nd of 2019?
yes, it did.
You were asked about a lot of different emails and information that you had with interactions that you had with Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And would it be fair to say, Detective, that at the time of February of 2020, you were investigating multiple cases?
Yes, that is accurate.
Would it be fair to say that in February of 2020, you were also investigating multiple cases with other agencies involving Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes,
At the time of this shooting, we have discussed that this defendant and her brother, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg, Idaho, correct?
correct.
Were you then working with the Rexburg Police Department to help obtain information from Rexburg and other counties around there in relation to this investigation?
Yes,
So in any time when you were obtaining search warrants or continuing your investigation, were you pulling in information being provided to you from people such as the DEA LPR reader,
yes,
Fremont County LPR readers,
yes,
information being obtained by police up in Idaho
yes,
from search warrants that they were executing,
yes,
as well as search warrants that you executed up there on the Jeep?
correct.
Was all of that put together when you were determining whether or not you had information to corroborate what Brandon Boudreaux told you on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it was a collective effort.
Although you are the case agent in this matter because it occurred in Gilbert, did you have to rely heavily on aid from the Rexburg Police Department and other agencies to obtain evidence in Idaho?
Yes,
And are those detectives in a better position to discuss things such as storage units or burner phones that were purchased up there?
yes, they are.
Although you are familiar with those and they were all relevant to this investigation, would it be fair to say that since they obtained it, they're in the better position to testify as to it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those down. I see at least one.
Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. Let's see. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me while we multi-trial it. I'm going to have to go in a few minutes, though, and catch the recaps later tonight. I got to get ready to make my dinner and all that good stuff, and I'm starting to get hungry. Is she going to throw a tantrum? She probably will. Forrest wants her to get zapped at least once for the trial. Don't we all? Right, Forrest? Let's manifest that. Okay. Rach says the GSR analysis is next, and then Detective Hermosillo. Hermosillo, guys, is out of Idaho. He was big in the investigation in the Idaho cases. The last time he testified against Lori was in Chad's trial. During Charles' trial, he came down to support everyone because he, gained a close working relationship with the detectives here, and now he's back again, this time to testify in Brandon's case. And he's like public enemy number one for Lori Vallow. She does not like that guy.
Before I ask these, are there any other juror questions? All right. In your experience, is it unusual for witnesses to confuse colors or not remember them accurately?
Yes. Do I answer this for you, Your Honor?
I'll let the parties follow up on that if they need to. The next question is, were the attempted phone calls to wife recorded during the in-car interview of Brandon on the day of the shooting? I guess, let's clarify, did you record those phone calls?
To the second question, yes, those calls were recorded.
And were voicemails left explaining the situation?
A voicemail was left requesting a response for a call back, not explaining the situation. That was from Brandon. And then I know I later called and left a message explaining my involvement as a detective who wanted to talk to Melanie Boudreau at the time. And she later responded, and the interview happened the next day.
All right. Follow up on that question from the defense, on those three questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
In terms of colors and not remembering them accurately, you said it's not unusual for a witness to not remember always a color. Is that due to just sort of the circumstances surrounding what's happening when they're trying to observe these things like a vehicle?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in a couple parts. It is not uncommon for people to commonly mistake black for white or red for blue or different colors, assuming they're not colorblind to begin with. You amplify that situation, for lack of better words, in a traumatic situation, going out to multiple violent scenes, or even not a violent scene, just an emotional scene, maybe between a domestic dispute. It is quite common that colors for vehicles or clothing or hairstyles or hair color are mistaken, especially when you add the traumatic element to it. So.
No other questions?
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Vanessa Milkey. I'm a Forensic Scientist 3 for the City of Mesa Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
I have been there for over 12 years now.
And can you tell us your training and experience to work both as a forensic scientist and then, I guess, let's start there.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Arizona State University. While in college, I was a forensic services intern for about 8 months for the City of Mesa Forensic Services. After college, I was a laboratory technician for United Blood Services for 1 year. Prior to my current position, I was a crime scene technician for the Chandler Police Department for almost 2 years. After I was a crime scene technician and I was hired at the City of Mesa, I completed the required serology and DNA training that took about 2 years.
All right, so what is your current role? What do you specifically do?
I examine items for the presence of biological fluids, conduct DNA analysis, prepare samples for DNA analysis, take notes, write reports, and review reports.
So you talked about training specifically at the City of Mesa with regards to DNA testing and analysis. How long of a process is that?
It took me about 2 years to complete all of the required training, and then every single year I'm required to do a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education.
And are there any type of quality assurance processes to ensure that your analysis is correct and your conclusions are accurate?
Yes, during training, I was required to complete competency tests along the way for each new thing that I learned. And then every single year, I have to do 2 proficiency tests to show that I'm proficient in serology and DNA analysis.
Now, at the Mesa Police Department, do you separate sort of this process and have one person take cuttings of swabs or evidence to prepare them for testing, and then another person who will take those to develop those unknown profiles for analysis?
Yes, we have serology and DNA. So there are some analysts that just do serology, and there's some that are trained in both serology and DNA analysis. For a particular case, it could be the same individual doing serology and DNA, or it could be different analysts.
Okay. So let's start with talking about DNA. What is it?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the blueprint of life. You get half of your DNA from your mother and the other half from your father. Every individual has a different DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
When the police are collecting biological evidence from a scene for DNA testing, are there different types of biological evidence that can be used for DNA testing?
Yes, the a DNA profile can be generated from hair, semen, saliva, sweat, skin cells, blood.
So you talked about skin cells, and if we are talking about...
Guys, I sped them up. Y'all let me know in chat if you think it's too much. We'll tone it right back down. If you guys got to go get dinner and all the good things done, I totally get it. My son's not here yet for me to cook my steak, so I'm just chilling until that happens. So you guys let me know if this is okay in chat, because I know what DNA people do, right?
Swabbing different areas that people touch. If a person touches an item, do they always leave behind DNA?
No, not always. It depends on the type of surface. If an individual is wearing gloves, they're not going to leave behind their DNA.
There we go.
Does the environment also impact potentially your ability to obtain DNA from a swabbed surface that someone touched?
Yes, there are different environmental conditions such as heat, moisture, sunlight that can all damage the DNA. And also if there's any type of cleaning products that have been applied, such as bleach.
So just because a person touches an item doesn't mean you're going to be able to find the DNA there.
That's correct.
And then we've been talking about sort of a DNA profile. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, a DNA profile is kind of like a graph. There's different locations that I'm looking at that I am comparing from, let's say, a question sample to a known sample. So a known sample is something where I know where the sample was collected from. A typical known sample is buccal swabs, which cells are the cells from the inside of your cheek. So I have an expected DNA profile. And an unknown profile would be something from a crime scene where I don't know what the DNA profile is, but I'm going to look at all 23 different locations and I'm going to compare that to my known samples.
So when you're creating a DNA profile, do law enforcement agencies generally look at the same locations on the DNA, long strand of DNA?
Yes, different laboratories use different what's called kits, but it's all very similar locations.
You're not looking at every spot on the DNA chromosome, right?
No, just 23 different locations.
When you are looking at a DNA profile from a known source let's start with a known source, are you able to generally create a single source DNA profile?
From a known sample?
Yeah.
Yes, typically I am able to generate a full DNA profile from a known sample.
Okay. And like someone's blood would be a known sample?
Yes.
Now, if you have a cutting or a swab from a crime scene, are there different things that might affect your ability to develop a full DNA profile?
Yes, sometimes there's not enough DNA present for me to have a conclusive DNA profile, or sometimes there's too much DNA there where it's too complex, where I can't pull anything out or make any comparisons or conclusions.
Yeah, I got them on 1.25 now. It was up a step higher. I was like, oh, that's a little too much.
Is one of the things we're talking about when we say there's too much DNA referred to often as a mixture?
A mixture is anything that's more than one individual contributing to that DNA sample.
And if you have a mixture, are you always able to tell us all the people who are part of that?
No, sometimes there's just too much information there where I can't separate out the different numbers and determine how many people are contributing to the sample.
When you develop a DNA profile from a swab from a crime scene, and there's a mixture of people who have contributed to that, do you ever have anything called a major contributor? What is that?
Yes, a major contributor is just the individual that's contributing the majority of the DNA to the sample.
And if you have a mixture, you told us you're not always able to tell all the people. Are you always able to tell us how many people contributed?
No, I don't always know how many people contributed, but we usually give a minimum number that the analyst would think is contributing to that mixture.
Okay. So if we see there's a major contributor, is there such a thing as a minor contributor?
Yes, the opposite of the major would be the minor. So if there's a major component, there's also a minor component. And with every sample, the minor component may not be conclusive.
Okay. When you are creating these DNA profiles of these unknown sources, are you able to tell sometimes if there's a male or female contributor?
Yes, there's a sex-determining marker called amylogenin. So a female would have an X and an X, and a male would have an X and a Y. If I'm looking at that sex-determining marker, if I see an X and a Y, then that is an indication that the profile is from a male. If there's a really big X and a really small Y, that would be an indication that there's a female present, and there is also a male present. Because if there's just one male or two males, I would expect the X and the Y to be about the same height.
So when you are provided with a known sample of someone and some questioned sample that was taken from a crime scene, what are you asked to do with that? What does the analysis involve?
The DNA process is a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where the cells are broken open and the DNA is released from the cell. The second step is quantitation, where I'm determining how much DNA I have in a sample, if any at all. The third step is amplification. It's kind of similar to a DNA Xeroxing machine, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA. And the last step is called detection, where I'm generating a DNA profile. The DNA profile from the unknown profiles can be compared to the DNA profile from the known individuals to determine if there's a match or no match.
Okay. So in January 2020, was the Mesa Police Department lab doing DNA testing for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, and we still do.
And so was the process for the Gilbert Police Department to send over any known and any questioned DNA samples to you to see if you could develop DNA profiles and reach any conclusions?
Yes.
In this case, were you provided with several cuttings from Lisa Perry from swabs from a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And were you provided with a DNA profile for an Alexander Cox that was developed by Emilyn Sapinosa?
After I completed analysis of my samples, I compared the results from my samples to any known individuals that were also submitted for the same case.
And was that for the Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Were you then asked to develop DNA profiles from those cuttings that Lisa Perry had given to you?
Yes.
and then compare those to Alexander Cox.
Correct.
Were you provided a cutting of a swab from the steering wheel of the Jeep?
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile from that?
May I refer to my report?
If that would help refresh your recollection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have that with you?
I do, I can.
Or do you need a copy?
Is it okay if I was writing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was able to generate a DNA profile for this sample.
From the steering wheel?
Yes.
Were you able to determine how many contributors were in? Well, let me ask you, was that a mixture?
It was a mixture. I have a major conclusive profile and the minor portion is inconclusive.
Okay. And for the minor, were you able to determine how many, I guess, contributors were in that mixture?
I have a minimum of 3 contributors.
Okay. Were you able to tell anything about the sex of the major contributor?
The major contributor is of male origin.
And were you able to tell anything about the sex of the minor contributors?
Since it's inconclusive, I didn't make any comparisons, or I didn't make any conclusions for the minor component.
Did you compare that major contributor DNA profile from the swab of the steering wheel to the known DNA profile of Alex Cox?
Yes, the major profile obtained from this item matches the DNA profile from Alexander Cox.
Do you have any statistics as to the frequency of that occurrence?
Yes.
Could you tell us those?
May I read from my report?
Go ahead.
The frequency of occurrence of an unrelated individual in a random population having the same genetic profile as the major DNA profile obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 975 sextillion African Americans, 1 in 111 quintillion Caucasians, and 1 in 344 quintillion Southwestern Hispanics.
What is a quintillion?
A quintillion is a 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Were you provided with additional other swab cuttings to also attempt to develop DNA profiles?
Yes.
Were you provided with a cutting from the passenger seat belt buckle?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
No, this profile was inconclusive due to an insufficient amount of DNA.
What does that mean?
It means that I didn't have enough information to conclusively give any results that are reliable.
So it doesn't mean there's no DNA there?
Correct.
Just means you didn't get enough DNA to do any type of comparison?
Yes.
Okay. Were you provided with a cutting from Lisa Perry from the swab from the passenger interior door handle?
I'm thinking I want to fast forward through her whole testimony, guys, because I really don't care about the DNA. Lori did this shit, right? Do y'all mind if we fast forward through her? Give me y'all's opinion in the chat. It's not just about me. It's up to you guys as well. It's up to you guys. Anybody watching with me? Am I all alone now? Let's see if we can get to actual testimony.
From the driver's side seatbelt buckle.
Because they were talking about getting some of the DNA out of there, but I'm tired of all the DNA.
What does that mean?
That means that when looking at the DNA profile that I generated from the gear shifter, the different numbers that I have on my DNA profile for the gear shifter, the numbers that Alexander Cox has on his DNA profile, he cannot be eliminated from my conclusive locations. So for example, if he has, let's say, a 7 and an 8 at one location,
Okay. Yeah, they couldn't exclude him as being in the Jeep. You know, everybody was in the Jeep. So I'm over the DNA part. I don't care about it. All right, guys. Thanks for letting me know what you guys wanted.
All right, for the jury.
And we'll speed it back up because everybody talks in slow-mo over here. Okay, it is. Okay. I can't fall asleep while listening. Y'all would wonder what happened to me. Did she get portaled away? They're all still back there, Lori.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. We're back on the record. The state can
call
its next witness.
They're on that side with them, right? It's not over there with Lori.
All right, sir, come on up. Please stand in front of my clerk here and be sworn in.
Oops, sorry.
You swear that testimony will give you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So
All right, you're gonna go up this ramp, have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Kyle Mueller. I'm a forensic scientist section supervisor with the City of Phoenix Police Department Crime Lab
How long have you worked for the City of Phoenix Crime Lab?
for about 24 years now.
And can you tell us the different duties you have done over those 24 years?
Sure. I started out in the controlled substances section where I analyzed illicit drugs for the presence or absence of an illicit drug. I then transferred to the trace evidence section in 2007 and was a forensic scientist 2, then a forensic scientist 3, and then a 4, and then now I'm the supervisor. In the trace evidence section, I analyze gunshot residue kits, footwear and tire track impression evidence, fibers, tape, and miscellaneous unknowns.
Can you tell us the education and training you've had in the area of trace evidence specific to GSR, gunshot residue?
Sure. Well, to start, I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry. That's from the University of Arizona. I also have a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. I've been trained by senior members of the crime lab, but I've also received several training opportunities for trace evidence, whether it's internal or external where possible. Specifically towards gunshot residue, there's a lot of history in the scientific literature for reading about what GSR is and how it's created. It's also a matter of barium.
Fact of someone cleaning or not cleaning the area around the discharge impacts the potential to collect those particles.
An area, whether it's a consistent particle is 2 of those elements, so lead and antimony, or lead and barium, or antimony and barium. And those are consistent particles, meaning that while they're also associated with the discharge of a firearm, they're also found in the environment. Lead is a commonly associated with particle, and while it's found in the environment, it's also found in, again, GSR, this plume of smoke that we see when someone discharges a weapon.
So you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January, so you told us you work for the Phoenix Police Department. Do you still, does your agency assist other agencies with processing GSR kits?
Yes, we do.
On January of 2020, were you provided with 2 GSR collection kits from the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And were those marked with the Gilbert property identification numbers of 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze these?
I was.
When you receive those, do you note whether or not they are integrity seals have been kept there and that they are still properly sealed when they arrive to you?
Yes, I do.
And were they still properly sealed with all integrity seals on them?
Yes, they were.
Now, the kits or the vials, do those come inside their own container and then each vial itself is also individually sealed? With the tag, I guess?
So the vials themselves that have the GSR stubs in them aren't individually sealed. They're usually anyway 3 to 4 of a pack, if you will, of vials. And then inside of that, those vials are then inside another envelope, which is inside the GSR kit.
Do the vials, though, have their own, I guess you indicated label, tape, whatever we want to say, going around them indicating what each one is from?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, when you received those 2 kits, each of the vials had their own tape with the labeling and then were packaged and sealed. The one on the entire stub, or do you at some point say that's
we get
the seats of the vehicles that may have been less, that may have played into your conclusions on?
My first initial analysis, yes.
In this case, because you were looking at windows in this vehicle, were those stubs specifically chosen by you because they were the windows that were collected?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, Cross.
Does she have anything to cross about? This should be interesting. We'll see. We'll give it a minute. She got that same blouse she had on the other
Just a
day.
few questions. Mr. Mueller, you had said that a gun may have been discharged in this vehicle. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, the 3 particles altogether, right?
Yes.
Antimony, barium, and lead, all 3 make it actually GSR. Is that correct?
So there's 3 classifications. All 3 of those elements in one particle is considered a characteristic particle, which is considered a GSR particle, but there's also the 2 component and the 1 component particles that I detected are also considered GSR.
Right. And so in your report, you say they're also found from a number of relatively common non-firearm sources. Is that also correct?
It's possible, yes.
And what are the non-firearm sources? Could you tell me some of those?
Sure. For lead, lead used to be prominent in gasoline and paint years ago. Lead can still be used in solder or varying manufacturing facilities. The 2 component particles are less common, but they also can be found in maybe some cosmetics or fireworks. But again, those are less common.
Okay, I'm totally distracted right now, and I have to say it because it's no big deal, but I've noticed it, and I can't help but notice it because her freaking back is to me. What is that circle in the back of Trina Kay's hair? Is that where her ponytail once was this morning? I don't know. I'm sorry, y'all. I noticed the weirdest things.
Okay. So would you find an actual GSR
kinda
where
like a
all 3
peace
elements were
sign.
together in fireworks? Like if a firework went off in the vicinity?
No, ma'am.
You would never find GSR after fireworks?
3 component particle, no.
So you would find either consistent or commonly associated?
It's possible depending on the firework.
Okay. What about from brake dust?
Again, that's possible, yes.
What about from fertilizer?
I'm not familiar with fertilizer having those specific elements.
What about hairspray?
I'm not familiar with hairspray being a
Hairspray.
component or having those components.
Okay. So of the kits that you took, of the stubs that you had that you actually tested, how many all 3 particles did you find together, grouped together?
So 2, 1 on the driver's side and 1 on the passenger side on the inside windows.
So just 2?
Correct.
And so if a firearm were to be shot in the back of the Jeep, would you expect to find more than 2 from all the stubs that you analyzed?
It's difficult to determine how many particles are actually there. I'm essentially getting a sample of that area. So the number is not really pertinent to my analysis.
So is it safe to say that whoever was the person who got the stubs would be deciding what you would end up analyzing later? You wouldn't have any control over that, right?
Correct. I didn't collect the stubs.
Okay. So out of the 2 that you found, out of how many stubs did you actually analyze? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I analyzed 3. In total, there were 8 collected.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly.
She got looking all confident, like she done something. She don't even know what to ask him. Elaborate on that, ma'am.
For the characteristic particles with all 3 elements, did you find one of those in the passenger side interior back window?
Yes.
And did you find 2 of those characteristic particles in the driver's side interior window?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some different things like hairspray and brake dust. Are those things that would create the 3 particle characteristic items that we're talking about that are characteristic of GSR?
No, they would not.
So no matter how much hairspray we use in the car, you're not going to get antimony, barium, and lead stuck together into a particle?
No.
No matter how many fireworks we blow off in the back of this Jeep, we're not going to get the antimony, the barium, and the lead together as a characteristic particle?
No, ma'am.
So is this why it doesn't really matter how many you find? The fact that it's there is what's important?
Correct.
Because when you find the particles that have all 3 of those, that is what's the most meaningful of all of this.
Yes.
And that's because for the single just lead, we could come up with some reason why that might be there, right?
Correct.
And for even the consistent with, maybe you can come up with some reasons why it's there.
Correct.
But when we start talking about those characteristic particles, that means it's gunshot residue.
Correct. And the reason why I list out the other 2 classes, if you will, the consistent and commonly associated with, is because I expect to see all 3 types in the discharge of a firearm.
So when we are looking for the discharge of a firearm in a, we'll call it vehicle, as we were talking about here, you wouldn't expect to only find the characteristic particles.
No, I would not.
You would expect to find the single particles, the 2 combination, and all 3 together.
That's correct.
Exactly what you found here.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Don't see any, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Steigenthal's next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk, be sworn in.
Can you please spell your first and last name? Do you swear that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ray Hermosillo. I'm employed with the Rexburg Police Department.
Where is Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg is a little town in southeast Idaho.
How long have you worked for the Rexburg Police Department?
Detective
I've been with Rexburg since 2001.
And can you tell us your different jobs or duties over the years at that department?
Sure. I started in patrol in 2001 as a normal patrolman. I worked patrol for about 18 years before I was promoted to detective in 2019. During that 18 years, I was able to obtain numerous certificates. I currently hold a supervisor certificate and an advanced certificate through Post Academy. In 2019, I was promoted to detective. I currently am a lieutenant over the detective division.
So in 2019, you were working as a detective in Rexburg. How big is that city?
Rexburg is roughly probably 40,000.
Okay. How many detectives are there?
Currently, we have 7 detectives for the 40,000 people.
And back in 2019?
About the same, 7.
And did you cover sort of any investigations in every investigation as a detective in Rexburg?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you to November 1st of 2019. Did you speak with a detective, Nolan McDermott, from the Gilbert Police Department here in Arizona?
I did.
Were you asked to aid the Gilbert Police Department by locating and impounding a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD 0997?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you provided with an address where that Jeep might be located?
I was.
Are you familiar with 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, Rock Creek townhomes.
Okay. So those are townhomes. Are there multiple units there?
Correct.
Were you provided with a unit 175 that would potentially be relevant to this case?
Yes, I was told that 175 was where I needed to focus. 175, 174.
When you were given this information, were you provided with a probable cause statement from Detective McDermott?
I was on November 1st of 2019.
And knowing that you were going to be looking for this Jeep to seize it, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
So on November 1st, did you go out to 565 Pioneer Road, Unit
did.
175?
Yes, we did.
Did you go with someone else?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you go with someone else or were you by yourself?
No, I went with other detectives.
And what did you do when you got out there?
We were asked by Gilbert Police to perform intermittent surveillance to see if we could locate the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. So that's exactly what we did. We went out, performed surveillance, and we were unable to locate the Jeep on November 1st.
Now, had you been provided with the name Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Had you been provided with the name Alexander Cox?
Yes, we have.
Were you looking for the Jeep that belonged to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. When you were doing surveillance of Unit 175, did you take any photos of the individuals who you saw going into and out of that residence?
We did. We took a couple photos of some individuals coming out of the garage and going into the garage area of 175.
Did you see that person go into any vehicles?
We did.
Was that a male or female you saw?
That was a female, Lori Vallow.
Do you see that person that you saw going in and out of Unit 175 and getting in and out of the vehicle that you saw in Rexburg, Idaho on November 1st in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She is at the defendant's table in a blue coat with a light blue shirt and red glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you, in fact, follow Ms. Vallow in a vehicle to another location and back to the Unit 175?
We did. We followed her to Walgreens in Rexburg off of Main Street, then followed her back to her residence at 175.
What kind of vehicle was she driving at that time?
A blue Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I've shown defendant exhibits 126 and 127. If I may have my paralegal approach. And did you said you took photos of those. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Can you let me know if you recognize those? Do you recognize those as photos taken from surveillance on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 126 and 127.
Any objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
They're admitted. 126, 127.
Now, you told us that, if I can have the Elmo, that the defendant, Ms. Vallow, was driving a blue Nissan Rogue. Did that have an Arizona license plate of CRT 2994?
Yes, ma'am.
We're showing here exhibit 126. I'm going to pull out some, although we can't really see well. When there's no glare, is Ms. Vallow going into the residence here?
That is correct. That's Ms. Vallow.
And this is Unit 175.
Correct.
And then 127 is her going further into it, albeit the glare here, we can't really see that.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you find the Jeep that you were looking for, that 2018 Jeep with the Texas plates when you were there on November 1st?
No, we did not. Not on November 1st.
Did you search the whole complex?
We did.
So did you go back again later to try to locate the Jeep?
Yes, we looked for the Jeep. November 1st was a Friday in 2019. We looked for the Jeep all weekend and were unable to locate it. I was finally able to locate it Monday morning, November 4th.
So did you went back to look again on Monday morning to 565 Pioneer Road and you saw the Jeep?
I was on my way home from the gym and looked over to my right and saw the Jeep parked outside of apartment 175.
What did you do when you saw it?
I had Erickson Tow Company seize the Jeep and tow it to our impound lot.
Is that an internal or external lot?
We have both external and internal, but we towed it and put it inside our impound lot, inside.
Did you let the Gilbert Police Department know you had located and seized that Jeep?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you attempt to contact Lori Vallow to let her know you took the Jeep?
We did several times that day. We made attempts to go over and knock on the door to let Miss Vallow know that we had her Jeep in case they wondered if it was stolen or impounded. And we were unable at any time to make contact with Miss Vallow, and nobody had called the police department stating their Jeep was missing either.
So you never received a call from Lori Vallow to report her Jeep stolen?
No.
Never got a call from Alex Cox saying a Jeep was stolen?
No.
So you have the Jeep on the 4th of November. Do you coordinate with the Gilbert Police Department for them to come to Rexburg, Idaho to be able to process the Jeep?
We did.
Did you in fact author the search warrant for them to be able to take things like DNA swabs and GSR kits and things like that?
Yes.
Were you present when that search warrant was executed on November 18th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Were you just watching and allowing them to do the processing?
That's correct.
When you were there on November 18th, as well as when you impounded the Jeep, did you note anything about the tinting on the rear windows of that Jeep?
I noticed that the tinting on the Jeep was extremely dark. It appeared darker than Idaho state law allows.
From the outside, trying to look inside, were you able to see into the vehicle?
Not unless I got right up to the window.
Did you learn during this investigation that that Jeep had been taken to Dan Moss's tinting on September 25th to have those windows tinted?
I did learn that later on in the investigation, yes.
Okay, but at that time you did not know that.
That's correct.
On December 18th of 2019 was a second search warrant executed on that Jeep Wrangler.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you author that search warrant as well?
I did.
And were you again present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken of the Jeep?
Yes, they were.
Were photographs taken of receipts inside the Jeep?
Yes.
When the Jeep was being processed on December 18th, and photographs were taken of the receipts. Did you note a receipt inside that was related to, or that came from Arizona?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice a receipt from Arizona that was from October 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Understanding that you were being asked by the Gilbert Police to investigate a shooting on October 2nd, did you feel that was relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown the defendant exhibits 128 through 134, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those as photos taken of the Jeep from the search warrant that was executed on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 128 through 134.
Any objection?
No objection.
128 through 134 admitted.
So 128, were these just some overall photos of this Jeep?
Yes, that's correct.
In 129, do we see a tag from Texas that also reflects the license plate number up here, the LWD 0997?
Yes.
Is this, again, the side to show that dark tinting on that?
Correct.
That's the license plate that was on the Jeep that you impounded?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that show the whole back of the Jeep?
Yes.
I know you were present both on November 18th and now on December 18th, a month later. When this Jeep was being processed with this tire on it, were you guys able to open that rear window while the tire was still on the Jeep?
No, we weren't able to.
And then is this the other side of the Jeep itself?
Correct.
In Exhibit 134, does this show sort of different receipts and stuff found in the Jeep itself?
Yes.
And does that include, focus, a receipt from Los Favoritos at 5351 South Power Road in Mesa, Arizona?
Correct.
And does it show a date of October 1 of 2019?
Yes.
And although it's getting blurry here, is it the timestamp 1312 hours?
Yes, it is.
So this receipt, let me ask you this, from the time that you impounded the Jeep on November 4th, was it always in your custody until this executed search warrant on December 18th?
Yes, it was.
And so this Jeep that you impounded on November 4th had a receipt from October 1st of 2019 at 1312 hours from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona.
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at on October 2nd, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was from the day before.
Right.
When you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, you told us that you had done some surveillance from November 1st until you recovered the Jeep on November 4th. Later in November, did you have some additional time to do surveillance at the 565 Pioneer Road, specifically November 26th?
Yes, we did.
On November 26th, did you have contact with a person by the name of Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
On November 26th of 2019, who did you understand that to be in relation to Lori Vallow?
Lori's current husband.
Was there anyone with Chad Daybell when you saw him on November 26th?
It was also Lori's brother, Alex Cox, that was with Chad Daybell at that time.
Can you describe for us the circumstance you saw these two on November 26th? Where were they? Were they around a vehicle, around a townhome?
So when we made contact with Chad, and Alex, they were unloading Alex's pickup truck, unloading items from the back of it into the garage of apartment 175. And that's when I initially made contact with both of them.
You said that they were getting out of a vehicle. What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a gold Ford pickup truck.
Was it a Ford F-150?
Yes,
Do you recall if it had Arizona plates on it?
it did have Arizona plates. I
Were
believe
they, I guess, personalized plates?
they were personalized.
Was that a CPQUINT?
Yes, CP Quint.
At this time, when you are at this apartment complex on November 26th, is it your understanding that Lori Vallow is living at those Rock Creek townhomes?
That's correct.
And was it your understanding at that time that Alex Cox was living in the Rock Creek townhomes as well on November 26th?
At that time, yes, we knew he was at the Rock Creek townhomes.
I've shown the defendant exhibit 135. I get my legal approach.
Thank you.
Is that just sort of an aerial overview of the Rock Creek apartments that we're talking about
Yes, it is.
at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that show where Unit 175 is?
It does.
State will move to admit 135.
Any objection?
Just foundation, Your Honor.
135 is admitted.
Okay. So we see here, this is Pioneer Road. Is this the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, it is.
Using Exhibit 135, are you able to tell us approximately where Unit 175 is located?
Is there a pointer I can use, or?
Could he point to the
Behind you.
TV behind you?
Look behind.
If you
Can
could
I
get
see
up
that?
and,
Go ahead.
thank you. So if you could point to, yeah,
175, the back of 175 is roughly here, and the front door is this way. So the garage, where I first made contact with Alex and Chad both, we're right back here.
Detective, maybe if you could go to this side, sorry, just the other side so the jury doesn't have to look through you, thank you.
The Jeep was located on November 4th, parked in a stall right here.
So that's where you located it on the 4th, and that's right near the 175 you're describing?
Correct, right in front of the 175 garage.
Now, you told us that you also knew that at that time Alex Cox was living at the Rock Creek townhomes. Can you show us where that was, what unit that was, approximately?
107 is where Alex Cox was living, and it was roughly here, the front door to 107.
Okay. During this time, on November 26th, did you learn that Melanie Boudreau was also living at the Rock Creek townhomes?
Yes, I did.
What unit did she live in?
She lived in 174, which is right next door to Ms. Vallow's residence at 175.
Thank you. You can be seated now. Now, did you become, were documentation obtained along with an affidavit for the rental application for Lori Vallow to live at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, they were.
Did the documentation show her as renting unit 107?
Yes, it showed Lori Vallow as the renter of apartment 107.
Did you ever see her over at apartment 107?
No, I didn't.
So on November 1st, you saw her at 175?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 162, which is pursuant to 803 and 902 with the affidavit authenticating them from the custodian of records.
All right. Any objection?
No, no objection.
Can you give me the number again?
162.
162 is admitted.
So 162, we see the application for Lori Vallow to rent 565 Pioneer Road, number 7. Is that correct?
Number 107, yes.
107. And that was submitted on August 14th?
Correct, the way I understand it.
And did that indicate a vehicle of a Jeep Wrangler with the LWD 0997?
Yes,
That's the Jeep that you impounded on the 4th?
that's correct.
And did it also indicate a Nissan Rogue Blue, no license plate at that time?
Correct.
And is that the type of vehicle that you had seen Lori Vallow driving when you were doing surveillance on the 1st of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us that Alex Cox also lived in this townhome complex. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what unit he rented in his paperwork? Was it 175?
Yes, Alex was the renter in apartment 175.
Now, we're talking about November 26, where you're doing some surveillance. You have interactions with Chad Daybell and with Alex Cox outside of Unit 175.
Correct.
Did you go to Unit 105 to see if Lori Vallow was there?
We went to Unit 107
107, yeah, I'm sorry.
to see if Lori was there, and there was nobody there at that apartment.
Were you aware then that the rental paperwork for Alex Cox, along with an affidavit authenticating those records being kept in the normal course of business, was obtained from the Rooftop Real Estate Management Company for Alex Cox's rental of Unit 175?
Yes, we didn't obtain that on the 26th of November, but later throughout the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Correct. State will move to admit those pursuant to 803 and 902, Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No objection.
160 is admitted.
And so, although this is a tough thing to read, do we see the 26th day of August of 2019, Alexander Cox?
Yes.
And does the letter from the Realty Management say that Alex Cox had rented 565 Pioneer at Unit 175?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that on the 26th of November, you had contact with Chad Daybell and Alex Cox near Unit 175. Did you go to Unit 175 to see if anyone was inside there?
We knocked on apartment 175. We also knocked on apartment 174, which is where Lori's niece lived, to see if maybe they were over there. And we were unable to make contact with anybody at all three apartments.
Okay. Now, the next day on November 27th, were search warrants executed on Units 107, 174, and 175?
Yes, they were.
Was anyone home in any three of these residences when they were executed?
No, there was not.
I'm going to talk about Unit 107, the one that was in the rental paperwork rented to Lori Vallow. Can you describe for us what you saw when you went into that unit?
Apartment 107 was completely vacant. It looked like everybody had moved out. There wasn't anything in the entire apartment, so we assumed that nobody had lived there because it was vacant.
So no furniture,
No, ma'am.
no groceries?
Nothing. Like it was ready to be moved in for a new tenant.
Okay. When you went into Unit 175, where you had seen Miss Vallow going into previously after making the trip to the Walgreens on November 1st, what did it look like inside that unit?
So 175 was different. There was furniture, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator, beds. It looked like somebody was living there. But as we went upstairs into the master bedroom and other bedrooms, the entire closet was completely empty, other than just empty hangers. So it looked like somebody had just grabbed everything hanging. There were no clothes, and just took off with what they had.
Were photographs taken inside Unit 565 of Pioneer, or I'm sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 175 during that search warrant?
Yes, photos and also a video.
Okay. Did each of these units have their own garage as well?
They did.
So I'm going to start with the interior of that residence. When you were inside Unit 175, did you see any documentation in there relating to renting a storage unit for Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did. We found a rental agreement in the master bedroom on what I believe to be was a copier, where it detailed the address of the storage unit, self-storage plus, and also the storage unit number, which was C52.
I wonder if I've shown the defendant Exhibit 136 through 138, if my paralegal can approach.
Thank you.
And is that showing sort of the outside of the unit and then a photograph of that document that you located that you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
State will move to admit 136 through 138.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 through 138 are admitted.
Okay. So 137, do we see the front of units 175? Oops.
Yes, cut off.
Let me pull it out.
There you go. Yes, 175. It's the one with the toys out front.
Where would 174 be in relation to this?
To the left of that apartment.
So
Yep,
this
right
one?
over there.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this apartment was technically rented to Alex Cox, but inside it had some indicia of Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
And I'm putting up 138. So when we see this, we see at the top you said C52. Is that a storage unit location?
That's the number of the storage unit at the storage location, correct?
Okay. And down here, do we see a date when this was executed?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
And what name is on this?
Lori Ryan.
Did you learn in your investigation that Lori Vallow, before she became Lori Vallow, was Lori Ryan?
That's correct.
So she was Lori Ryan, then Lori Vallow, and now Lori Daybell?
Correct.
Does this show the location of the storage facility?
Yes, it does.
Self-Storage Plus at 433 Airport Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that in relation to 565 Pioneer Road? Is it far away?
No, it's roughly probably a half a mile north. If you stay on Pioneer, you'll run right into Airport Road. It is on the north side of a main street, so about half a mile away.
Inside the residence, did you see any like women's clothing or anything else like that that appeared to be consistent with Lori Vallow? And I know you told us most of it was gone.
We found women's clothing in the garage in apartment 175.
So in the garage, can you describe for us what the garage was like? I mean, what did you see when you went into the garage? Were there cars in there?
No, so in the garage of 175, there were boxes. It appeared people had been moving things into the garage of 175. So there were plastic containers full of various items. There were boxes full of clothes. There were prepper barrels for water storage. Just various different things that it looked like people had moved in.
So in addition to having furniture and clothing and all sorts of stuff, did you find any paperwork in the garage that was related to Alex Cox?
We did.
Things like passports and bills.
Correct.
Did you find any weapons in the garage?
We found several weapons in the garage, yes.
Now, since you were working with the Gilbert Police Department, had you been advised that Brandon Boudreaux had seen a rifle barrel come out of the Jeep Wrangler and then fire at him?
Correct.
So were you looking for any rifles when you were going through that garage?
Yes, we were.
Did you photograph all of those?
We did.
I've shown defendant exhibits 139 through 159. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Go ahead.
She thought she was in disguise for us.
Do you recognize all of those as photos of sort of the indicia of Alex Cox, as well as the various weapons that were located in the garage of Unit 175?
Yes, ma'am.
The state will move to admit 139 through 159.
Any objection?
Just cumulative, Your Honor. There's like 20-something of those. I don't know how many they actually need.
Can I look at them? All right, they're admitted.
So, and I think I called you detective earlier, I apologize, Lieutenant. To be clear, Unit 175 was rented by Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
But on November 1st, you saw Lori Vallow going into that unit.
Correct.
You saw her Nissan Rogue in the garage,
Correct.
and you found her Jeep Wrangler parked near Unit 175.
That's correct.
And 107 that she rented was on the other side of the complex.
Correct.
Was she ever seen in any other surveillance over at 107?
No.
So in the garage, I'm going to put up exhibit 139. Did you find indicia such as Alex Cox's passport
Yes, we did.
and things like credit cards for him,
Correct.
tax paperwork for Alex Cox,
Yes.
mail for Alex Cox?
Yes.
As you were going through all of this paperwork in the garage, we can see a little bit here where there are just bins of belongings that appeared to be his in the garage.
Yeah, that's what we assumed. It was his. It was mixed in with his personal effects.
Okay. So you also found clothing in there that appeared to be male,
Yes.
and then furniture in there.
Correct.
You told us that you were looking for any types of weapons. So I have exhibit 145. Did you see sort of a rifle in a case, and 146 showing that rifle?
Yes.
Do we see in 147 another case? And 148, and then 149 showing that rifle?
Correct.
What's this?
That's a scope.
Was there anything on any of these rifles that would indicate you could attach a silencer or anything onto the end?
Yes, there were a few rifles that had threaded barrels. In this photograph, you can see the difference. That is a threaded barrel that you could screw a silencer or suppressor on the end of a rifle.
Okay. And so we see sort of some close-up. This seemed to have its own, I guess, to give padding for the person using that.
Correct.
And then showing sort of the scope itself. Was
Yes.
there in that bag ammunition with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Was there all kinds of ammunition?
There was a lot of ammunition.
Were there extra rifle barrel parts?
Correct.
Were each of those laid out to be photographed, that of the rifles that were located?
Yes.
So we see in 156, is that one of the rifles that was located?
Yes.
157, was that one of the other rifles that was located?
Yes.
158, another rifle that was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 159, what do we see here and here? Are those extra parts?
Different uppers for rifles, correct.
Okay. So these could be changed out with the stock?
Yes.
We heard that you also executed a search warrant on 565 Pioneer Road, Unit 174. Was that the unit you told us was rented by Melanie Boudreau?
Correct.
When you were executing this search warrant, were you aware that Melanie Boudreau had been married to Brandon Boudreau, the individual who was the victim in this case you're helping Gilbert with?
Yes.
So during this search warrant of Unit 175, you learned that Lori Vallow had rented that Unit C52 at the Self-Storage Plus business in Rexburg, Idaho.
Right.
And were video and an affidavit authenticating the surveillance video obtained later from the Self-Storage Plus.
Yes, it was.
Did you obtain video from the day that Lori Vallow rented the unit on October 1st?
We did.
Did you obtain video from the day of the shooting, October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain video from the day after that, October 3rd?
Yes.
Did you obtain video for longer than that, but for our portion, those 3 days?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 164 pursuant to the affidavit in Rule 803 and 902.
Any objection to 164?
No, Your Honor.
164 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we can publish it and have the detective explain to us some of this. I apologize, I called you detective again. Lieutenant, sorry.
Fine.
Before we start, in these videos, does the storage unit or storage company have numerous channels showing different aspects of the business?
Yes.
Does channel 1 sort of show the parking lot and entrance and exit to the storage units themselves?
Correct.
And does channel 3 show a driveway outside one of the rows of storage units?
Correct.
And channel 4 shows a different drive outside of this row of storage units?
Correct.
Do we have a channel 5 that shows sort of where the vehicles would park to go into where C52 is?
Yes.
And does channel 11 show actually the hallway of where unit C52 is located?
Correct.
You previously told us that you had done that surveillance on November 11th of 2019, and you saw at unit 175, Lori Vallow getting out of a blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994, correct?
No, we previously did that November 1st,
November 1st.
2019.
And that's when you followed her and saw her both driving that vehicle as well as parking it at unit 175.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were watching these videos, did you see that same blue Nissan Rogue with the Arizona license plate CRT 2994 coming and going to the storage unit C52?
We did, yes.
Shown defendant 166 and 167. I can approach. Do you recognize these as stills from the surveillance video from that storage unit business showing the Nissan Rogue that you previously have described as seeing Lori Vallow driving on November 1st of 2019?
Yes, I do.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 166 and 167.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
166, and this is a closer up of 167. And that's the Nissan Rogue that you saw Lori Vallow in on November 1st driving?
That's correct.
And this is the Nissan Rogue that you see in these videos from the storage unit.
Yes.
You told us that you also obtained video from future dates after October 3rd at the storage unit.
Correct.
Did you ever see the Ford F-150 with that personalized license plate at the storage facility?
Yes.
Show defendant Exhibit 165. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize that as a still photo of the vehicle that you saw Alex Cox and Chad Daybell getting out of on November 26th at the Pioneer Road Complex Apartments?
Yes, I do.
State will move to admit 165.
No objection.
165 submitted.
So does this show us that on October 6th, the truck with the CPQUINT is seen at that storage unit?
That's correct.
We can now play the videos. Starting on October 1st, and as October 1st is the day that the document shows she rented the storage unit, correct?
That's correct.
So this is the earliest of the videos you were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to go through just some of the relevant ones, ending in the 40809. Do you recognize, is this the storage unit we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Off to the far right, we see sort of a little wall there with an opening. Is that the entrance back to where the rows of storage units are located?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the vehicle that you have recognized Lori Vallow to have been driving at least on November 1st?
Yes.
We can go to the 40935 video. Do we see in this video, in about a minute, the Nissan come out and a person get out of that vehicle and go into the facility?
Yes.
And where we see the quad pulling up is the entrance into the business, the office located there.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, we can't go forward. It blacks it out if we try to speed it up. So is this the Nissan Rogue we've been talking about?
Yes.
We see an individual getting out of the car and going to the office. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
Lori Vallow.
How do you know that's her? Have you seen her over the last 5 years multiple times?
I've seen her, had interactions with her, so I know that to be Lori Vallow.
Okay. So you recognize the vehicle as well as her?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can go to the 42009 video. And just so we're clear, a lot of these videos may just show the car parked there, but as long as the car was there, you guys obtained it.
Correct.
Do you recognize someone coming out now with a paper in their hand?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that as?
Also Lori Vallow.
Was this the only entrance and exit to the storage units, what we see here?
I believe that is, yeah, the only exit and entrance.
So whenever someone comes in or out, we see it on this video.
That's correct.
So then the last video, just to show the car leaving, is that the 43224, if we could show that. So we see her leaving at 2:32 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Now, we talked about other channels. Can we look at channel 3, driveway A, 42331? Channel 3, 42331. Thank you. Can you describe for us here the building and the vehicle there? That's sort of right where we see the 10-1 of 2019. Is that the unit where C52 is located?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Nissan Rogue?
Yes, it is.
This is one angle that we see. We talked about there's also an angle from inside the building, correct?
Correct.
And if we can go to, just to show the leaving, 43133 from that same channel 3. So this shows Miss Vallow leaving in her Nissan Rogue.
That's correct.
We can go to channel 11 to show the inside of the storage unit, 42305. So this is still October 1st, the day she's rented this, correct?
Yes.
Where is unit 52 or C52?
It's at the end of the hallway on the left-hand side from this camera angle.
Is that the unit that we see this person at?
Yes, ma'am.
And although it's far away, do you recognize who that is?
Absolutely.
Who is that?
Lori Vallow.
And when you follow the timestamps of all of these videos together of the vehicle going in, renting the unit, going through, do they all sort of coincide to show her coming from renting the unit to then coming into C52?
They do.
In this video, do we see anyone with Lori Vallow as she's putting bins or whatever into this unit?
No.
So she's by herself on the 1st.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we can just show channel 5, the 42129. 42129. And if we can stop it around 142140. Does this show that Nissan Rogue leaving? Oops.
Yes, it does.
And did that show the plate, if we back it up a little, which we don't need to do, CRT 2994?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to go to October 2nd now. Did you obtain footage that showed Lori Vallow driving that Nissan Rogue back to the storage unit again on October 2nd?
Yes, we did.
And so October 2nd is the day of the shooting?
That's correct.
Starting at channel 1, do we see that Nissan arrive in the 32459 video around 1:25 in the afternoon? Is this the Nissan Rogue that belongs to Lori Vallow arriving to the storage facility on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
We can show channel 3, video 32624. Is that the Nissan Rogue pulling up to the row that contains unit C52?
Yes.
On October 2nd of 2019, how many people were helping put stuff into the storage unit?
2 people, a male and a female.
Did you recognize who those 2 people were?
Yes, I did.
Who did you recognize them to be?
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Do you guys think the jury's wondering who this Chad Daybell is? They know her last name's unchanged. Like, where's this guy? We're not. What's going on, right? I think Forrest is right. They're laying the foundation now, for the conspiracy, showing how she knew about certain things. She knew about the Jeep being taken apart, the seat coming out, the tire coming off, and all those things. And they have actual video proof of her knowing about it and putting the stuff in the unit. I bet Lori was floored when they began their investigation, and then later on she starts learning they got us on video, they got us on, cell phone data and all this stuff. The stuff she never thought they would have, which I guess they weren't thinking clearly. Who rolls up to a store? I'll say there's cameras all over storage units, but one time I had my stuff in storage and it was inside the building, not like outside. Somebody broke in. I even bought the most expensive lock and they still busted that thing. But guess what? The cameras at the facility didn't work. Yeah, so fortunately, these cameras did work and we're able to capture all of this to be able to present that to the jury. All right, guys, with that, I'm going to have to stop it for now. I'm going to go and make some dinner. It's been a long day again. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Go over to Joe's tonight and catch their replay or recap on today's trial for Lori. Very poor criminals. Thank goodness they didn't have a lot for brains, right? They thought they did for us. I think these 2 thought they were just, we got all this covered and we're just smart. Look how much Alex has got away with so far, right? And me. So eventually it's going to catch up, and it has, and she deserves what she gets. All right, guys, I'm going to have to go. I need to get off here for a while. Y'all go check out Joe's stream tonight. Also, don't forget that the Peacock has the special out on the Lisk case. I know I'll be checking that out here right after my dinner, probably, or maybe not during my dinner. I don't want to get ick. You know what I'm saying? I need to keep that separate. Enjoy my dinner, and then retire to go watch Mr. Freak over there. All right, guys, thank you for coming in. I believe they plan to start on time in the morning over there in Canton. Lord knows they sure need to. And we'll get, we'll see if tomorrow's the last day of testimony or if they're going to go another day. Thank you to my amazing mods. You guys are great. You're always in here supporting and chatting it up and taking care of links when I need them dropped and just doing whatever I need. Research on the side, go grab this or that. I appreciate everything y'all are doing for me. And again, all you guys that are tuning in with us, we appreciate it. So I'm going to go for the evening, and you guys go have a good evening, and we'll see you back in the morning. I'll probably see you at Joe's later for the recap. Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.